Audible.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Chair. You
You
have
are
not
audible.
disappeared.
One, two. Can someone hear me?
We can hear you,
we can-
Yes, we
Chairperson.
can hear you, Chairperson.
But we can't see you now. We
Thank
can
you
see
so
your
much.
screen, but yes, now we can see you.
I couldn't hear anyone.
Okay, Chair.
My adjustment was soft. Let me know whether we have a quorum to proceed.
It's
Will
not
do,
yet
Chair.
1 o'clock. It's not yet 1 o'clock, Chairperson. You scheduled a meeting for 1. It's 1 minute to 1.
Noted, Honorable Hetty. Honorable members, good afternoon. We do have a very important meeting today. We have in front of us the agenda. We will deal today with the welcoming, and we will also consider the adoption of 2025-2026 second and third quarter report. And then we will also receive a briefing from the department pertaining to their annual performance plan, followed by deliberations, and almost by 5 we will have closing. Is there any member who would like us to proceed in this fashion?
Chairperson, I'm sorry, just clarity. I can't seem to raise my hand here.
Proceed, Honorable Member.
Item 2 on the agenda, it says consideration and adoption of, or it says 25-26. Okay. No, I'm sorted. I thought it was saying 26-27. So I'm
That
fine,
one is
Chair.
tomorrow.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member. Members, can we proceed in that fashion? If so, a proposal and a seconder.
Good day, Chairperson. Good afternoon, honourable members, colleagues, professional staff. I propose that we accept as it is, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels. Can someone please accept Honorable Khabo in the lobby? He just had tea and coffee and biscuits. He want to come into the meeting. A seconder?
Good afternoon, Chairperson. I'm here to accept the 2 second Honorable Malin.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, may I request the portfolio secretary also we will deal with welcome and introductions on a later stage. If there's any apologies from any member, please let us know. If none, may I request that the portfolio secretary flight the report so that we can go through it page for page for the adoption, consideration and adoption thereof. We are waiting the second and third quarter performance report to be flighted. Enable. Please press enable. There we go. Honorable members, in front of us is the second and third quarter performance report. The first page, can we go through it? Anything to be corrected, please feel free to do so now. Second page. We can go. The third page. Members, please feel free to stop me if you would like to rectify something. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Page 10. Page 11. Page 12. The content advisor, is there anything that you would like to specifically mention? Also feel free to do so. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. Page 16. Page 17. Page 18. Page 19. Page 20 of 26. Page. The next page is page. It gets smaller and I couldn't see.
21, Chair.
21. 22. 23. 24. 25. 'The very last page. Members, before we are going for the adoption, I would like to the portfolio secretary to go to page 8, and I would like to call upon the content advisor to speak to that page pertaining to payments of expenditure on the current, the second quarter, so that we're all on one page and there is something that needs to be deleted in that. Will you take us through, Fiona?
Good afternoon, Chairperson and members. Thank you so much for allowing me to just highlight that at the very bottom of page 8, the heading reads current payments. If you can just scroll down, Ms. Kula. Thank you. There's an extra million. The word million is repeated. So that needs to be deleted.
It's just a repetition.
Yes, it's a
That's
typo.
the only correction. Members, I'm put to you the consideration and adoption for the 2025-2026 second and third quarter performance report. Is there a proposal and a seconder for this report? The report has been circulated. We went through it. We went through it now. We need a proposal and a second. Honorable Daniels.
The Chairperson, I hereby propose adoption of the report. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable Khabo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings to everyone. I stand to second the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Khabo. Members, while we are ahead of time, I just want to clarify a few logistics pertaining to the process forward. I also would like to inform members that we will have a meeting tomorrow, also to adopt, and I would like to make use of this opportunity to thank the content advisor and everyone that has worked so hard to have us where we are now. I must say that the committee's role is to formally move to adopt its own reports, especially in tomorrow's meeting. The report is then an evaluation of the department's 2026 budget. Once adopted the report, this report will then be published in the ATC which will give members then an opportunity to participate in the debate and to have access to the report after it has been ATC'd. The budget vote will be debated in the House on the 12th of May. We have seek postponement to have the meeting today. It's the only time, and there were no gratitude granted for us to not debate the budget on the 12th. So the budget debate will be on 12th May. Members should please take note of this. The House will then have to adopt it and have to approve the vote. As long as we need to adopt it by Friday, and again debate it in the House. So all observations that we have made, and actually all observations that we will make today in today's meeting pertaining to the 2026-2027 update from the department, those recommendations will, I think, throughout a very long night shift, will be then put together for this committee. And tomorrow, when we would like to make recommendations, we will have that opportunity to make recommendations. Tomorrow, if members wishes to object to any of the recommendations made by any other member, then the space will be created for that tomorrow. So after today's meeting, the content advisor will then include the observations and recommendations made by each of you during the deliberations or considerations of the department pertaining to their planned 2026-2027 update report, and then it must be adopted tomorrow. It is indeed, honorable members, a legislative requirement that the budget vote report must be adopted before the House debates and votes on the department's budget. With that said, I will adjourn the meeting up until 13:30, where we will then proceed with the department on their particular program that we have on our agenda. Thank you, honorable member. Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. No, thank you, Chairperson. I think you've adjourned the meeting, Chairperson. That's fine. But tomorrow we are going to be busy with a committee on the presidency, so I will not be available. If Secretariat can just note that apology in advance for tomorrow, please. It's wholly sitting that. Thank you.
I did not adjourn it in total. I adjourned it up until 1:30. 13:30. We will proceed after 13:30 with the department. But noted your apologies for tomorrow, Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable members, it's 13:30 on the dot. We are going to start. Let me make use of this opportunity to welcome each and everyone. Is there any apologies, Portfolio Secretary?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairperson. We did receive an apology from Mr. Mtetwa, who is held up in another meeting. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. I've also received apologies from both the Minister and the Deputy Minister, but I see the Minister is on. I must say, thank you and welcome, Minister, and I am very happy that you are in this meeting because I see this is a very important meeting when it comes to the APP and budgets, because it's your budget, and we are very eager to hear how you're spending it and how you're going to present it and what is your intention. And also it is also Parliament procedure that there is a utmost need. It's almost, a serious compliance for ministers to attend meetings of this nature. Thank you so much, Minister, for attending. Again, I would like to welcome the department, and I also want to say that, honorable members, we are having a very important meeting today. I want to greet the department, and we are going to examine and examine the annual performance plan and budget of the department. And this committee's duty is not only to review figures, but also to ensure that plans are aligned with in the priorities of the 7 administration, and with particular reference, Minister, with the National Development Plan, Vision 2020. Yet as we engage with your APP, it remains unclear what the Minister's priorities are. Nothing in the document makes it visible for the commitments of the government of national unity. And I must say, as the chairperson of this committee, that without any clarity or accountability become impossible. So it is also then becoming questionable on how we're going to hold the department responsible for outcomes of its strategic, intent, and what actually is planned for what it's worth. The figures present before us, honorable members, for 2026-2029 correspond with the estimates of national expenditure. For the 2025-2026 financial year, however, the department uses revised estimates compared to the ENE's adjusted appropriation. This inconsistency raised a critical question: are we looking at what DSEC was allowed to spend, or what DSEC actually spent? So it is indeed so, honorable members, that accountability demands from us that we reconcile these two realities. I also note that the commemoration budgeted in the plan, that the Tal Monument Century with 2.5 million allocated, the 50th anniversary of June 16, the 17th anniversary of the Women's March, as well as the 40th anniversary of Mbusini, the death of Samora Machel with 5.5 million allocated. But these are significant milestones in our national story. And again, the question is not only what you plan to spend, but whether those funds are used effectively, transparently, and also within the national priorities. I also note that the performance, most of the performance targets remain unchanged year after year or year on year. And as a committee, we expect that any targets, should evolve when the budget evolves. So it is important that we have to look into that as well. We have received an apology from both the minister and the deputy minister, and once again, I've cancelled that meeting due to the importance, and I must say that I would like to thank the Minister for being present.
I'm
And,
also present, Chair.
The DM is also.
Deputy Minister, you're out of order. We received an apology, and I will be informed accordingly of presence. We cannot have a spaza shop writing apologies and just bump into a meeting and then say that you are present. Honorable Molatani.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think even myself, I was going to do the same thing if I was being. I've sent the apology that I'm going to be absent, but out of my schedule, I managed to find time to join the meeting. I was going to do the same thing, Chairperson. So can you just accept that both Minister and Deputy Minister are here, Chairperson? Thank you very much.
I've done so. I have done so. I am informed by the Portfolio Committee. I'm reading my speech and I'm not looking around who's entering this meeting. So as I will be informed, I will welcome and do the necessary with the Deputy Minister. Furthermore, honorable members, the department failed to submit the budget portion of the APP on time. This has once again forced me to cancel a scheduled meeting because we could not properly compare figures. I would like to call upon members of Parliament to interrogate this APP and assess whether it truly speaks to the priorities of the 7th administration, whether it speaks to the NDP, and whether any reference or address has been made to the commitments of the GNU, and whether it provides a clear framework for accountability. We cannot allow late submissions, cancelled meetings, and absent leadership to become the norm. This committee demands more than apologies. It demands accountability. Only then we can ensure that the creative and sporting ecosystem delivers not just commemorations and events, but genuine opportunities, fairness, economic inclusion, as well as unity and transformation. I want to come back to the issue of the Minister and the Deputy Minister. And I want to respect other processes of the Minister and Deputy Minister. And I have given on various occasions indications that amid the fact that the Ministers is not, and the Deputy Minister is not present, we may or can proceed with Dr. Kumalo, who is also an accountable officer. But when it comes to meetings of this nature and evaluation of the department, I would like to say that this kind of meetings should get preference above any other meetings. So while other meetings are just that important, we cannot escape the constitutional and parliamentary requirements to appear before the committee for the APP. The same with the Deputy Minister. The internal and governmental engagements are necessary, but they cannot take precedence over an APP process. The APP process is a non-negotiable parliament process. It is where this committee scrutinizes. This explains, in fact, the APP's presentation is one of the most important accountability sessions. It ties directly to how sports, arts, and culture entities will be funded, monitored, and evaluated. So I must again say thank you, Minister. Thank you to the Deputy Minister, and welcome Deputy Minister in this meeting. As a former chairperson of a portfolio committee, you should also be aware of the importance of this important process of Parliament. Honorable members, with that said, I'm going to give the department an opportunity to do their presentation. But before I'm going to do so, I'm going to ask Minister Mackenzie to have his introduction.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, good afternoon to all the members, the honorable members that are there. Chair, I just want to greet, but I have to just say something, because it's always very difficult to speak on your own behalf. So I'll speak on the Deputy Minister's behalf. I do think she takes this very serious, Chair, as I do. I can tell you, and I hope she doesn't mind, the Deputy Minister is very sick, and she said to me, no, but this is so important. I'm not required to speak a lot. I can just listen and be there. And I'm talking about really not well. She's very unwell, but the fact that she's here. So I just want to just address the issue where you say that this is important. It's so important for her and for me that she would come being sick and being booked off from work. She missed all the meetings, but she took this one. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, honorable members.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Letia, I saw your hand. I wouldn't want to interrupt the Minister. You're welcome.
No, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. I actually wanted to come before the Minister. Good morning to yourself. Good morning to the Minister, Deputy Minister. Good morning to honorable members, the departmental staff, and our colleagues from Parliament. Chair, I wanted to comment on your opening to indicate that it is indeed true that the APPs and APP of the department led by the ministry, we are indeed very happy that they're here. It would have been very difficult for us to interact with an APP where the ministry is not present. We are very happy that they are here, and we apologize to Deputy Minister Mabe for coming in even when she's booked sick. We really appreciate that compromise from herself. But the chair is also correct that this is the process that must be led by the ministry. And we're happy, Chair, that you addressed that part, that it would have been very difficult for us to have this meeting today when the ministry is not present, because in essence, this is the APP that will lead to the budget vote of the department being approved. And if they were not here to present it, then when we present, when we debate budget in the assembly, we're going to be led by who? Because it must be led by the ministry, even when we debate in Parliament. So they were going to lead which budget if they were not part of this process. So we're very happy that you addressed it. We're very happy that the minister is represented. Therefore, it makes our jobs a bit easier for us to engage with the budget. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Letia. I'm not going to waste any time. I see the members of MK Party is also very happy that the minister is here. Dr. Kumalo, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I hope you can hear me. Maybe also just to indicate, Chairperson and members, as I greet you, that we are all in the same boardroom, which is why we are going to be using the same device in terms of responses and comments from our side. We just finished a big meeting with all our entities, which is why then we are congregated in the same boardroom. The presentation itself is going to be done by the Chief Director responsible for planning, who have also a responsibility for the department to lead it in planning and monitoring and evaluation. And as we go into the presentation, Chairperson, allow me just to talk to the structure of the presentation. Ludwig, I'm not sure whether you are the one who's yeah. So the structure of the presentation, we are wanting to assure the portfolio committee that we did take into account the alignment with the strategic plan, what depicts the mandate of the department. We took into account the policies, and we are also giving indication of which policies and legislation we are prioritizing for review and development. We also speak to the key issue around, which I believe we've mentioned before, with regard to our approach now of sector planning and alignment with the sector. Hence, we speak about the sector framework as indicated in that one slide that is being projected now. You've gone back, Ludwig. The presentation that we are going to take the portfolio committee through would outline the planned key performance indicators as per program, and would also outline how we have quantified the targets as against each of the key performance indicators. So that was just an opening, Chairperson and members and Minister and Deputy Minister and colleagues. Otherwise, the Chief Director, Mahlobo, will then take you through the presentation. Chairperson, we have also taken note of the amount of time you have allocated to us. I have asked the Chief Director to take 20 minutes, and then the Chief Financial Officer will take 10 minutes, just in compliance to how the agenda allocates the time. Over to Ms. Mahlobo through you, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kumalo. Mr. Mahlobo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson. Good afternoon, Honorable members. Good afternoon, Minister and Deputy Minister and the DG. I'm going to be presenting on behalf of the department, the APP. This slide is showing that we did present in the last financial year our strategic plan, but after we had presented the strategic plan, we then hosted a sectoral strategic planning session whereby we were developing the sectoral intent. So as the lead department for the sector, we then had to align. So that's in this way, the vision, mission, and the values as captured in the strategic plan were updated, but it was just editorial changes. It wasn't changing the meaning of the vision, mission, and the values. Here, Chairperson, we just showed that our mandate is broad, is covering all the core programs of the department and what we are expected to deliver as a department. With your permission, I will not go through each so that I'm able to give attention to the tables of the APP. Here, we're just also showing the policies that the department intends to revise or initiate in the financial year 2026-27. And then these policies also are covering all the programs of the department and also those that fall within the support programs of the department so that we are able to respond to the requirements of the sector. This is the vision of the department, whereby we just want to have an active, creative, winning, socially cohesive, and a united nation. And our mission is to provide an enabling environment for the sports, recreation, arts, culture, and heritage sector to drive an active, creative, winning, socially cohesive, and united nation. In this slide, Chair, is when then we show how we've responded to the priorities of the 7th administration through the medium-term development plan under strategic priority 1 as a department on inclusive growth and job creation. We do have an outcome that we're responding to on the increased economic impact of sport, recreation, arts, culture, and the heritage sector. Under the second priority of the MTDP to reduce poverty and tackle the high cost of living, we have 3 outcomes there. The first one being a diverse, socially cohesive society with a common national identity. And then we do say in which of the mandate of the department we are responding to that outcome. A transformed, capable, and a professional sport and recreation, arts and culture and heritage sector, accessible sports, recreation, arts, culture and heritage in infrastructure and information. Under the MTDP, priority 3, a capable, ethical and development state, we want to have a compliant and responsive governance, but in also to respond to the present clarification of gender-based violence and femicide as a national disaster. We then added a sixth thematic area, which is the anti-gender-based violence and femicide in the sector. And we are going to show clearly in our POCRO program how we've responded also to this sixth thematic area. The next part is the actual APP for the 26-27 financial year. The first program is Program 1, which is a support service of the department. Under this program, the first indicator is whereby we want to have a number of systems that are developed to automate manual functions. Here we are going to have a target of 2 for the financial year. And then the next one is the number of communication and marketing reports produced on sports, arts and culture programs supported to profile the work of the department. The target here is 4. And we also want to ensure that all valid invoices are paid within 30 days. The next one is whereby we are ensuring that all the issues raised by the AG we respond to as a department, and we are clearly monitored on them. So we have an indicator, percentage implementation of the audit action plan, which is 100%. Number of oversight reports produced on the performance of the department's public entities. Here we are going to have 10 reports that we are going to produce around the performance of our entities as a department. The next program is Program 2, which is focusing on recreation development and sports promotion, which has got 3 sub-programs, and under each sub-programs, there are clear indicators that you are going to be measured against. The first indicator under Winning Nation is the number of athletics development programs supported by sport academies. We are focusing on 9. Percentage of compliant sport and recreation bodies supported. We are going to support all the sports and recreation bodies that are compliant. We have got 100%. Number of sports and recreation initiatives against gender-based violence and femicide supported. We are going to have initiatives, 2 initiatives that have got activities under each in the financial year. A number of active sports and recreation activities in communities organized and or supported. Here we have increased the target to 600. Number of hubs, clubs or sports provided, schools provided with equipment and attire to enable participation in sport or recreation. We are still maintaining our target of 3,500. The next target is number of school sport programs supported at district and or local level. The target is 208. Number of learners competing at the National Sport Championship. This indicator we are showing clearly that is one of the indicators that we are responding to the MTDP with, which is the target is 5,000. The next target under infrastructure support, we are going to build the number of community outdoor gyms and children's play parks constructed. The target is 100. The next one is number of municipalities supported during the planning and implementation of sports infrastructure project to ensure compliance with the applicable norms and standards. Here the target is 53. The next one, we are giving an explanation and around the number of active sports and recreation activities supported. The target has moved from 126 to 600, and we are saying here we are going to be able, we are comfortable that this target will be implemented and the necessary evidence will be obtained from provinces. The next one, these are priority projects that we, as a department, we thought we should also put as part of our slide and be clear how these targets are going to be implemented They may not be a standalone indicator, but they are implemented under a specific indicator. For example, when you look at the SA walk, it's going to be implemented under the indicator RSPD 2.4. And also the hiking programs are also then going to be implemented under RSPD 2.4. In the technical indicator description of the APP, the full APP that we have submitted to Parliament, we are clear, we list all the projects that are going to be implemented under each indicator. It's not only this ones, but this ones we've just decided to elevate them. Then we also show other indicators that are going to be implemented, but under the operational plan of the department. For example, the Steve Schwetter Boxing Tournament, the Sky Marathon 1, and also the FIFA World Cup, which is the support that we are going to be providing to Bafana Bafana is also part of our operational plan. Our operational plan is also monitored through the departmental structures, and we report on them and on a quarterly basis. Also, the VAR, we are also saying that it's going to be part of indicator 2.2 under the program 2. So this one is just showing the priority projects, where are they going to be implemented. The next program, it's program 3, Arts and Culture Development, which has got 5 programs under it, and then under each program we then state how they are going to be implemented. Under the National Language Service, the first indicator is number of multi-year human language technology projects supported. We are going to be supporting 2. The number of universities students supported to study languages, we are going to be supporting 140. The next one is under the cultural and creative industries development. The first one being the number of cultural and creative industries projects supported to access local and international market. We have planned for 16. The number of programs supporting youth in the cultural and creative sector. Here, Chairperson, we are showing that we are putting measures to focus and support youth. So this we have got 4 programs that we are going to be doing around this one. Number of provincial community arts development programs supported is going to be 9. Here, the number of initiatives against gender-based violence and femicide implemented is going to be 1, but we will provide an explanation. Number of cultural and creative industry sector clusters supported. We are going to support all the 17 sector clusters. The next indicator the next program is the Mzansi Golden Economy. The first indicator is around the number of capacity building projects supported. We are going to support 16. The number of work opportunities created through the creative sector stimulus, we are going to create 10,000 work opportunities. Number of projects in the cultural and creative industries supported through the Mzansi Golden Economy programs, we are going to be supporting 19. Number of initiatives implemented to promote social cohesion and nation building, we are going to promote 2. Number of international engagements coordinated for the financial year, we are going to be coordinating 15. When we then go back to the indicator on number of university students supported to study languages, we are saying the target has been reduced compared to the previous financial year. But in this financial year, it remained at 140. But what we are just saying here is that the department has decided to follow a needs-based approach that allocates more funds to each of the targeted 140 students to cover language tuition fees rather than supporting many students. So we're just saying our support has been improved to be more focused. When we also look on the number of initiatives against gender-based violence and femicide, we have reduced it from 2 to 1. But is that in the financial year, it doesn't mean that from the two. It's just that we have got two camps for girls and also boys, but we are going to be counting them as one initiative because they are both focusing on gender-based violence and femicide. And the number of capacity projects, capacity building projects supported, we have reduced from 27 to 16. We are saying the capacity projects were combined with the community arts center development programs, which are 9. So that is why the reduction. When then we moved, also in this project, in this program, we are showing the priority projects, and under each indicator, are they implemented? With your permission, Chairperson, due to that time, I will not go into detail, but it just shows the book fair is going to be implemented under ACPD 3.3, and all the projects, those that are implemented under the operational plan, they are also then showed which one are implemented in the operational plan of the department. The next program is the one on program 4, Heritage Promotion and Preservation, which has got 6 sub-programs under it. And then I will go to each specific program and the indicator that it intends to implement. The first one is Heritage Promotion, whereby we have number of heritage bursaries awarded to students who have increased to 45. Number of initiatives implemented to raise awareness of the national symbols is 318. Number of reports on the implementation of the national policy on repatriation and restitution of the heritage remains and heritage project analyzed and approved. We're going to have one report. Number of heritage initiatives against gender-based violence and femicide implemented. We are going to have one initiative here, but it's going to have different activities under it. A number of archival records digitalized in the financial year, we have increased to 2,500. Number of public awareness programs conducted about archival services, we are focusing on 1. Number of libraries financial supported, we are going to be supporting 18. And number of reports of proposed geographical names changes recommended to the minister by the South African Geographical Council. The focus is on 3 reports. In this slide, we are just showing the explanation around why the targets were reduced in the previous financial year, and then subsequently in this financial year have just been increased. The first one is the number of archival records digitalized. In this one, we are showing that the target was 620 in the last financial year, but due that we have obtained funding through the presidential employment stimulus, we have increased the target to 2,500. The target on the number of libraries financial supported, we have reduced the target due to that the grant is being terminated and the funds will be transferred to the provincial equitable share from the financial year 2028-29. The next slide, it's a slide where we are showing also the priority project. In this one, we have got the reimagining of the heritage sector, which is in the operational plan, and also which ones are linked to the APP target, so that it's for alignment and also to ensure that we are accountable as a department. The next one, we are just showing around the human resource, how have we performed, how many the vacancy, the total filled post, the vacancy and the unfunded post, and also the total post that we have as a department. So when we look from, it shows from all the levels, from level 1 to level 16 of the department, and where the vacancy posts are located. So when you look at the level 16, as it is currently, all the level 16 posts have been filled. When we look at level 15, we only have 3 that are filled and only 2 that are not filled. So when we then go to the slide, is then where we explain that the department has got a total of 659 posts, of which 576 are filled, 83 are vacant, and 66 remain unfunded. So this representation and an overall vacancy rate of approximately 12.6 against the funded post. With the unfunded post, it constitutes roughly 10% of the total establishment. So when we then look at the representation at SMS level, we show a stronger presence of African males at 22, African females at 31 collectively, indicating that African employment constitutes the majority within the senior leadership. Colored males are 3, colored females are 4, are represented in smaller numbers, while Indian and white representation remains limited. So the SMS structure appears relatively stable, with most of senior posts filled. Across the full establishment, African employment from male and female form the majority of the workforce, particularly concentrated between level 7 to 12. African females represent 298, represent the largest demographic group, followed by African males. A representation of colored is 17 males, 6 females, 1 Indian, 5 males, and white employees is 10 males, 20 females is comparatively lower. So when we then look at the entry-level pipeline capacity, the department employs 29 interns, providing a developmental pipeline for future recruitment. The levels 7 to 9 reflect the largest staff concentrating, indicating operational capacity at supervisory level and specialist level. So higher vacancy pressures are evident at level 7, where 23 vacancies and 9 vacancies, which may affect service delivery and overall function. Thank you, Chair. That's the end of the presentation, my presentation. I hand over to the DG. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We're still continuing with the presentation.
Yes, please continue. I just want to make a declaration that the second Joe Maglua you see is not a hoax. It is me. Experience challenges. Proceed.
No, thanks very much, Honorable Chair. If Dombu Futhi can move the slide, thanks. Afternoon, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister and the DG and colleagues. We'll be presenting the budget for 26-27 financial year with a baseline budget just to reflect on the baseline of the department for the previous financial year. Administration has been allocated at about 555 million. Recreation and Development and Sports Promotion Program 2 is 1.3 billion. And Arts and Cultural Promotion and Development has been given 1.8 billion. Heritage and Promotion and Preservation is 2.9 billion. Majority of that fund of the 2 billion goes to a conditional grant, including Program 2 and Sports. Next slide. If you look at the economic classification, composition of employees is 454 million. Goods and services is about 770 million. Transfer and subsidy, which is the biggest budget in the department, which represent about 80% of the departmental budget, which goes to your provinces in the form of your conditional grant, both the library grant and the sports grant, and also transferred to all our entities in the department. Payment of capital asset is 102 million. That is based on infrastructure project, including the program itself. Next slide. These are the transfer and subsidy breakdown further. To say under province and the municipalities is a budget of 2.3 billion, which is literally your conditional grant. Departmental agency and account, those are your public entities and others. And then you've got higher education institutions, those are your bursaries, foreign governance, international organizations. Those are the subscription that we have with those bodies. Public corporation and private enterprise, those are the funding that we give also to non-profit organization and household. And balance 5.2 billion. Next slide. There is an administration program, the sub-programs. You've got ministry, which represent the minister and the deputy minister's office, management and corporate services, and strategic management and planning, and also the chief financial officer. So the ministry is 5 million, management 72 million, strategic planning 18 million, corporate service 185 million, and also the chief financial 82 million, office accommodation is 190 million, and the total is 555 million. Next slide. And then you've got program 2 with the sub-programs attached. Winning Nation is 381 million. That deals with the federation and others. Active Nation, that is where the sports grant it is, and infrastructure support, that is the unit that deals with the infrastructure project of the department. Next slide, which is 1.3 billion. This is the economic classification of the program 2. Their composition of employees is about 50 million, and then goods and services 219. You can see the increase there is based on the LEAP goal of 100 million additional to that. Transfer and subsidies, province and municipality, there is a conditional grant for for sports grant only, and then departmental agency. And then you also have a support that we do give to our entity in terms of infrastructure, foreign governance, intentional organization. Those are your subscription and non-profit institution that relate to your federations, Boxing SA and others. Household support that we give. Building and other fixed structure, that 36 million represent Sarbatman, and heritage asset represent archives in Pretoria. The balance is 1.3 billion. Next slide. That is the breakdown of the program 2. You can see that the province and municipality, which is conditional grant, is about 49% of the program 2. And the rest, the second biggest one, it will be non-profit institution, which is where there is a federation, Boxing SA, and others. Next slide. This is just a breakdown on other transfer that we made. South African Institution of Drug-Free Sport has been allocated 32 million. Boxing SA 21 million. South African Sports Confederation and Olympic Committees 12 million. Various sports federations 118 million. The Sports Trust is 139 million. Bursaries for non-employees 6 million. World Anti-Doping Agency 120. African Zone Region 5 109. And then international sport 11,000, and then mass participation sports and development grant is 652 million, with a total of 808 for other transfer. Next slide. That is then program 3, which is ACPD, and these are the sub-program of the ACPD for National Language Services at 69 million. Pan South African Language Board 189 million. Culture and Creative Industry Development Sub-Program 163 million. International Cooperation 42 million. Social Cohesion and National Building 50 million, Mzansi Golden Economy 680 million, Performing Arts Institution 372 million, National Film and Video Foundation 159 million, and National Arts Council of South Africa at 131 million. The total of the program is 1.8 billion. And you can see also the biggest chunk go to transfers. I can go to the next slide. If you look at the economic classification of program 3, composition of employees is 114 million, goods and services 180, departmental agents and account. Those are the entities belong to the program 3 on this art sector. And then we have higher education, those are bursaries. I've already talked to this. It's 1.8 billion in overall in terms of economic classification. Can go to the next slide. Also just show you where is the biggest chunk of this budget of ACPD going. It's still also going to transfer payment at the 68% for program 3. Next slide. And then these are other transfers also. These are entities that belong to program 3. You've got the Pan South African Language Arts Cape at 73 million, Market Theatre 57 million, National Arts Council of South Africa 131 million, Performing Arts Center of the Free State 54 million, the Playhouse Company 57 million, the South African State Theatre 83 million, and then Business and Arts South Africa 10 million, National Film and Video Foundation at 159 million, and Mandela Bay Theatre Complex at 85 million. Next slide. Language Development Project is about 5 million. Various Human Language Technology Project is about 3 million. Human Technology Project, again, because there's a grant and equitable share there. And then you also have Arts Youth Development at 2 million, National Youth Development Agency at 14 million, Commonwealth Foundation at 3 million, and the rest there. Next slide. This is the MGE and your PSP. That's Golden Economy is 206, and Arts and Cultural Industry is 7 million. And then the National Museum Bloem Foundation is 26 million, that is in PSP. National Heritage Council of South Africa is 27 million is PSP, and National Film Foundation is also PSP, and the National Arts Council of South Africa is 165 million, is also PSP. So the overall amount received for the PSP for the current financial year is about 400 million. Next slide. This is a program 4 with its own sub-program also. Heritage promotion, the budget is 666 million. National Archive Service, 64 million. Heritage Institution, 708 million. National Library Service, 171 million. Public Library Service, 1.7 billion, that is your conditional grant. South African Heritage Resources Agency, 74 million. South African Geographical Council, 4 million, and the National Heritage Council of South Africa at 80 million. The overall budget of the program is 2.9 billion. Also the biggest chunk going to transfer payments. Next slide. Economic classification, composition of employees is about 80 million, goods and services 48 million, province and municipalities 1.7 billion, that is conditional grant. Departmental agency, those are the agencies of the program. That is about 1 billion. Foreign government, I've talked to that already, and household, I've talked to that. So the overall, in terms of economic classification for program 4 is 2.9 billion. Next slide. This just show you the biggest chunk of the program still also going to your transfer payment. As per the first slide, that shows that about 80% of the departmental budget go to transfer payment. Next slide. This is a transfer that we made to our museum. You've got the African Style Museum at Paarl at 13 million. Engelberg House Art Collection, Pretoria, 477,000. Freedom Park, Pretoria, 114 million. Iziko Museum of South Africa, 110 million. Lituli Museum at 19 million, KwaZulu-Natal Museum Pietermaritzburg 46 million, National Museum Bloemfontein 69 million, Nelson Mandela Museum Mthatha 38 million, and Robert Island Museum in Cape Town at 96 million. Next slide. Amazwi South African Museum of Literature, Makhanda 16 million, Umzutuzi Museum Pietermaritzburg 25 million, War Museum Boer Republic 18 million, William Humphrey 13 million, Ditso Museum 124 million, National Heritage Council of South Africa 80 million, South African Heritage Resource Agency 74 million, National Library of South Africa 134 million, and National Library of South Africa. Again, that is the difference between your equitable share and the grant. And then you also have African World Heritage Fund as 2.5 million. 2 million, this is just the overall breakdown of those where we pay subscription. Next slide. Into foreigners. And then you've got other transfer, you've got Heritage Project at about 5 million, Blind South Africa 9 million, South African Library for the Blind 27 million, and again twice, like I said, the difference between the two is that the other money is for equitable share, the normal subsidy that we get, and also the other one come from your conditional grant on the library. And you also have Library and Information Association of South Africa that receive about 4.7 million. Next slide. And then we go to our conditional grant in the department. We've got two grants, which is a library grant and a sports grant. And the library grant is broken into two. You've got your current grant, which is service, and the capital. Next slide. So it's 2.3 billion. And this one is the allocation that has been given to provinces in the form of your sports grant. The biggest share goes to Gauteng, and the next one go to KZN, and so on and so on. So Eastern Cape has been allocated about 75 million. Free State has been allocated 49 million. Gauteng has been allocated 145 million. KZN has been allocated 109 million. Limpopo has been allocated 69 million, and Mpumalanga 54 million. Northwest 49 million, Northern Cape 34 million, and then Western Cape 63 million. The overall is 652 million for the sports grant. Next slide. That is the library grant service. So for Eastern Cape, it also show in terms of the highest, it will be a Western Cape at 211 on service. So you've got the Eastern Cape being allocated 188 million, and then go back, and Free State allocated 188 million, also Gauteng 175 million, KZN 157 million, Limpopo 121 million, Mpumalanga 176 million, Northwest 134 million, and Northern Cape 185 million, and Western Cape 211 million. The overall on service grant is 1.5 billion. Next slide. And then you do have the one on capital, which is Eastern Cape, has been allocated about 8 million, Free State 6 million, Gauteng 18 million, KwaZulu-Natal 48 million, Limpopo 47 million, Mpumalanga 9 million, Northwest 32 million, Northern Cape 9 million, and Western Cape 172. There is the budget of 178 million that has been allocated to building of infrastructure for library grant. The biggest province there that has allocated a lot of money is KZN in terms of infrastructure. Next slide. Chair, this has been talked to already in terms of the APP. This part is just to map the amount in terms of those projects. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, CFO. Is there any other presentation still, or are you done completely?
Thank you, Chair. There isn't any other presentation, but can you just allow me to indicate that the main document is that PDF, the 250 pager. What we presented now was summarized from that one, which we sent on the 28th of April, Chair. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, I've noted that, Dr. Kumalo, and thank you for that. I'll come back to that later. But whilst I had my bite at the cherry, I would rather prefer to invite members who would like to ask questions or debate on the issues. But that's why I said in terms of what was submitted by Treasury and what is submitted by DSEC. But for me, Dr. Kumalo, there is one thing, two things. I'll come later to the other one. There's one thing that bothers me in terms of indicator, both for 2026, 2027, 2025, and 2026. If you look at the two indicators, it does not speak to one another. In 2025, that indicators was about the number of Gazette notices. But in 2026, it speaks to the number of reports of proposed geographical names changes recommended to the minister. But flag that for now. I'm going to give members an opportunity who would like to ask questions. And the document that you referred to, just for confirmation, Dr. Kumalo, was it the presentation one, the one in slides?
No, Chair, I was explaining that the comprehensive document, which members, I think which has been sent to members already, is the 250 pager. The summary presentation we just done now is taken from the 250 pager because that's more comprehensive, just the emphasis on the alignment between the PowerPoint and the PDF document, Chair. Thanks.
I understand, but what I'm asking, that over 200 page, was it a presentation in PowerPoint?
Not,
or was it a document?
It's a PDF document, Chair.
Oh, it's a PDF. Okay.
Yes.
I just wanted to check. I'm having it here. Okay, thank you, honorable members. I'm going to give an opportunity to members. Please raise your hand. If you can't raise your hand, you are welcome to just indicate speaking through the mic. I will give an opportunity. If there is no questions, honorable members, then I take it. The other thing that I wanted to ask, yes, there it goes. I like this. This my strategy has to work, honorable. Let's see it. So I wanted to ask Dr. Kumalo, and maybe I must give you that opportunity. Someone who presented must at least flirt the committee to take note of this report. I think that would be a nice closure from your side. I think the CFO will understand, because from now on members will debate and members will adopt, and so I think it's important, but I'll give you an opportunity later if you want to use that to flirt the committee and say, please take note of this. The Honorable Latia.
Thank you very much, Chair. I asked not to open my video. My network is a bit unstable. Can I continue?
Please do so, Honorable Member.
No, thank you very much. The first interaction is to the Minister. I would like the Minister to confirm with me or deny if one of the department's mandate is to prioritize making sports, recreation, arts and culture accessible to all, promoting inclusivity and equality amongst youth, women, and persons with disabilities. Does he agree? Minister?
Yeah, I just want to show my video. Excuse me, Honorable. I agree fully with that statement. I wholeheartedly agree and I subscribe to that statement that you've made, Honorable Tebo.
No, thank you very much, Minister. I'm very happy that you fully subscribe. Now, would you explain to us why does the APP not seem to have a target to advocate for, in particular, women and persons with disabilities? What is the rationale for this omission?
Well, Honorable, we have a budget for, I'll have the second part be answered by the staff members, but I'll tell you the first part. We have a budget specifically for the different sporting codes in disability sport. I can tell you I think it was a month ago, I went to go watch, 2 months ago, I went to go and watch SA basketball. And I was appalled when I looked at the wheelchairs they are using that's slow to turn. They are old, and I asked them, why is your wheelchairs not looking like the wheelchairs of other people you play against from other countries? They said, Minister, it's too expensive, we cannot afford it. On the 10th of March this year, I made sure at the department that every player has a brand new state-of-the-art wheelchair. Now, I'm mentioning this to show you where my allegiances lie as far as your question, and I'll give the department to answer further. Secondly, I've then last month I went to go and watch the games, and I was there the whole week to watch parasports, Paralympic sport. And being there, I am now busy together with the federation, talk to them to make sure that we broaden the scope. So I would stop right there. I wanted just to show you my bona fides that this is something that I take very seriously. And I will give over to the department to answer budgetary matters. Thank you so much.
We'll come to the department, Minister. Let's have a conversation. I think it's commendable what you've just told me, that you went to the game, you realized when you were there that our players may not have been having the right tools of trade, and you've procured for them. That is very commendable, and I want to send my appreciations to you for that. Did you procure personally, or it was the department budget?
No. As I said, it was the department. It wasn't me. And just to show you that it's not just a once-off. I mean, the department gave 1 million to the Gibraltar women's netball, because you did mention women's sport. For the first time in this department, we've opened 2 combi courts for disabled students in the past 60 days. We've opened 2 combi courts at special schools, one in the Northern Cape and one in the Free State, for disabled. So that's not something we're still going to do. It's something we are definitely serious about.
Yeah, no. I'm not against you here, Minister. Look, I'm commending the good job that you're doing. So the money that was used to procure this wheelchairs, what was the budget for? It was taken from which budget?
I think the CFO and everybody's here, they can answer that question, because they can answer the question.
Maybe let's give them to answer, because my understanding of an APP is that this is a shopping list that the department brings so that Parliament can align the budget to this shopping list. And it's extremely important that, because tomorrow with this ad hoc arrangement, you might go to a tournament of female soccer and you realize they're playing without boots, they don't have kits, and then you might procure boots and kits for them, whereas we could have put it here as part of the mandate of the department to say we're putting this much aside to take care of women, sports, and disability and youth, as it may. So the question I'm asking this thing is that we must understand an APP for what it truly is, which is a shopping list of the department that seeks to, one, fulfill its mandate, two, to change the lives of our people on the ground, and we must be able to try and get budget somewhere, attach it to the APP instead of doing it ad hoc, like you've just said you did with the basketball. So maybe if the CFO can answer where did the budget come from, and then I'll move on to the next questions.
Yes, the department can also answer that, how much money we've given when I think they went to Japan. There was money given to the athletes when they went to Japan, or they went to go play Spain. We will find out now from the department. I was just answering the question with, do I, not the APP, your question was, do I care? So I had to answer that one. Thank you. Over to the department.
No. Thanks, through you, Chair. In terms of what we have budgeted for, if I just have to take page 54 that relate to South African Library for the Blind, we have allocated a total of about 40 million based on the Library for the Blind. They get both money for equitable share and a conventional grant. And then the issue of the basketball, there was a then reprioritization of the budget because that was an intervention. But colleagues, Simpiwe can talk more into that. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, CFO, you are indeed indicating it was an intervention. So I'm asking how much was it and where was it taken from?
Through you, Chair. I can't remember now, Chair, where it was taken, but it was, of course, a reprioritized budget. We move money from other service and take it to that. But even the figures, Simpiwe, if you can assist, Chair, in terms of that. Thanks.
Is Simpiwe coming through?
Mr. Campbell,
through you, Chair. DG Vincent.
Mute.
Through you, Chair.
Mr. Campbell, unmute. Proceed.
Can I proceed, Chair? Can I proceed?
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe just to state to the Honourable Member, Chair, that firstly, we do have a line item that provides for equipment and attire on the budget, which is part of the APP. So that is there. We find that particular process through two processes, one a conditional grant, but also from the departmental point of view. So we've got a line item for that particular expenditure, Chair, which speaks to equipment and attire. I think the programs that we implement, Chair, what we try and do is to implement holistic programs so that we also then provide attire and equipment to deserving federations and communities. In this particular instance, Chair, Minister is correct and CFO is correct, it was an intervention, so we would then prioritize within that particular line item. So it's not outside the APP that we've approved at the end of the beginning of the last financial year, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, maybe let me rephrase. The question was, one of the mandates of the department is to promote inclusivity and equality amongst young people, women, and persons with disabilities. And the question is, maybe Vincent will answer. The APP now, as presented today, does not seem to have a target that advocates for particularly women and persons with disabilities. What is the rationale for this?
Yeah, can I respond through you?
Yes.
Yes, please
Thank you,
do.
Chair. Thank you, Chair. In fact, Honorable Member, all our programs, let me start with the federations first, Honorable Member. When we sign the agreements with federations around transfer of funds, what we insist on in those particular agreements is that they do provide for those aspects, women in sport, etc., etc. That's one. Two, all our programs that we conduct, Honorable Letia, and I'll give you an example again. We had the National School Championships, and as part of that whole program, we also include what we call learners with special education needs. So that is part of that particular program. Then we've got, and I'm making this point, Chair, is because you will not see it explicitly as a line item or as a KPI within the APP, but it's inherent in everything that we are doing. Our entire school sport program, Honorable Letia, is focused on youth, as another example.
That's the problem, because school sport is a KPI on its own. And the mandate of the department is promoting inclusivity amongst the youth, women, and persons with disabilities. So you are saying you don't have a separate line item that speaks to your mandate. In fact, you are further saying to us, you are expecting federations to satisfy this mandate of the department. I don't think you are hearing yourself on this answer, because you are saying we're transferring money to the provinces. On school sports, provinces will run these things, and school sports is all youth. So we don't have to have a line item. Sorry, that speaks to our mandate as a department. So you are hotspotting your mandate to somebody else doing it. That can be correct. But I don't want to waste a lot of time on this one, unless if there's something you want to say before I move on this one.
Can I respond, DDG?
Please respond, Dr. Kumalo.
Thank you very much. I think we do note the concern raised by the honorable member in terms of a KPI that talks specifically to women and persons with disabilities. But I wanted just to indicate our approach, as indicated on page 40 and 43 of the APP, not the presentation, the APP itself. You will note that it does indicate the department's approach to be DSEC, and I'm reading from page 43, Chair. DSEC mainstreams gender, youth, and disability inclusion across all programs. And the interventions include equitable access in sport and culture, infrastructure upgrades for disability or for accessibility, assisted technologies, etc. Let me not read the whole paragraph, Chairperson. So what we are saying there, in other words, despite the fact that we might not have a KPI that does specifically talk to issues of women and persons with disability, the reason, honorable member, is because our approach is that of mainstreaming our gender, youth, and persons with disabilities prioritization. So what you will then find is that as we implement the programs across all these three areas that I'm talking about, you will find that the measure becomes that of how do you prioritize women, persons with disabilities, etc. So I am making reference to those 2 pages because we covered it like that in the APP, Honorable Member.
Okay, you know, you have an indicator advocating for the youth, which is a standalone. And my assumption is that the reason you have that is because you want to fulfill your own mandate. But you don't have the same indicators for women and persons with disabilities as standalone. And number two, I'm sorry. Number two, majority of these federations that you say when you give them money, you ask them to do these things, they have come before the portfolio committee and indicated that they don't have capacity to monitor and evaluate disability programs, even for women. They've done so. So you and you know this, DG, that this is what they've done. But your APP does not seek to fulfill your own mandate, which is the first thing that I think will pack it on. Because I was going to ask, but I know you won't have an answer. I was going to ask, so with these programs that you are giving to entities or federations and all of that, how much of the 6.6 billion have you set aside for programs to promote maximum participation amongst youth, women and persons with disabilities? I know you don't know, but let me just put it up to you now. If you can just answer.
The figure that I will have, the CFO can come in if he would want to further clarify, is not an upfront set aside, Honorable Member. But if you look at the next same page I referred the members to, it does indicate what for the year 25-26 was spent on the designated groups. It indicates that 42.6 went towards the youth and 5.92 went towards the persons with disabilities. And I do take note of the fact that maybe to enhance our approach in terms of implementation and prioritization, we need to then consider the upfront set aside. Thanks, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much for confirming that you don't have the number of a set aside for women, youth, and persons with disabilities. Let me move on to the libraries. In your APP, you cite that the library grant will be phased out in 2028. Given the assertion that the community library grant will be phased out in 2028, has Treasury communicated with you its intention to phase out community sports development grant in 2028?
Yes, if I can respond, Honorable Member. Yes, Treasury has also communicated the plans towards the phasing out of the mass participation, I think that's what it's called, conditional grant in the area of sport. And the phasing out is not going parallel to that of library. It's the library one that is coming up first, and we have given an indication of how it's being phased up to 2028. And then the conditional grant one for mass participation would follow. We are having meetings with Treasury where the last meeting DDG Campbell is leading. They have then asked for the plan that needs to be finalized by July this year of how this would be phased in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll ask Chairperson that they share those phasing out programs of this mass program that the DG is speaking about. So because we've said yes, does the department have sufficient reserves to ensure that these programs will not lapse as they are key to grassroots development? Or what is the plan on once the grant is phased out? Does it mean that grassroots dies, or what is the plan? What are the plans that you are having on this?
Maybe, if I may.
Can I allow CFO to come in? But maybe after CFO, I just wanted clarity before you respond. Are you talking to the mass participation one, Chair?
Yes.
Honorable member, just the mass participation. Okay. Can go ahead, but I would like to bring in Tebogo, the Chief Director for this space after you, CFO.
Okay, no, thanks very much, DG. Through you, Chair and Honorable Member. The sports grant also, it is going to be transferred to provinces as equitable share. So the similar process that was done with the commercial grant on library, it will have to follow in terms of the teams, the tax team to deal with the handing over of this grant to provinces and the structures in terms of how the rollout of this project, of this grant is going to be rolled out in those 9 provinces. Thanks.
Thanks, CFO. Can Tebogo please unpack the plan that we have, especially addressing the question from Honorable Member, let's hear.
Good afternoon, Minister, Deputy Minister, Chairperson, members of the committee, and colleagues at large. Thank you so much, DG, for the opportunity. Indeed, National Treasury has notified the department. Now, there are still discussions that we need to unravel with them in terms of how that process should unfold. Because as you clearly say, Honourable Member, there are huge implications, constitutional, policy, and in terms of the plans as well. Sport is not just a service rendered, but forms part of the Section 9 of the Constitution, which is the Bill of Rights. And so once you unpack that, you then understand the right to play enshrined in the Constitution that should be done. So obviously, once transfer is done to the provincial, part of the provincial equitable share, you also have got to address the responsibilities assigned to the minister through the National Sports and Recreation Act as to how then those functions that are now within the provinces are now going to be taken a responsibility of. Because to dismantle that away from sport and from minister is also to weaken the authority of the ministry to really plan. So we need to have a very careful and coordinated plan that post the phasing out, you still have a strengthened process where National Department keeps hold of the national policy of sport, and it's not so decentralized to the effect that you lose the control on how sport generally in the country is being implemented, and that there is equality, and that the National Department is able to intervene when matters are not done in a manner that is correct. Because to remove it completely is also to disempower minister from the direct intervention of in sport and recreation matters, including with matters related to federation, including funding the very same programs of development. So there's still a bigger discussion, and I think to some extent it might need Parliament and Cabinet to resolve and find a proper solution. So to that extent, yes, we have a plan that we're sharing with them as to what will be the careful consideration of phasing out the mass participation as opposed to the immediate withdrawing, and it does require certain consideration for regulation, for policy, and for constitution. Thanks.
No, thank you very
Honorable,
much.
please wrap up. I will give you an opportunity again later on.
Okay, let me just have one question now, and then I do
Yes,
have, I
please.
think, 3 questions left. But problem, Chairperson, is our colleagues from the department takes most of our time, and we don't want to be rude and stop them.
What I would want members to do, Honorable, I understand. And maybe with due respect, I must also, again reaffirm the fact that they are under oath. And my concern is if there is responses pertaining to reprioritize. The question is reprioritize from where? So for this committee, that's why we sit with all these papers and make comparison. Accuracy is required. So I think if we can just take note, perhaps on a particular feedback on the issues and the questions asked by Hugh, where the responses was reprioritization, we need to know from where so that we can make another follow up on that. Proceed, Honorable Member.
Thanks. Let me just take one question, and then the other two that are left, I'll beg your indulgence later on. The department has indicated that Mzansi Golden Economy sub-program is allocated 886.7 million over the medium term to create 33,000 job opportunities, for including 400 million in the 26-27 financial year for the Presidential Creative Industry Stimulus Program. The concern is whether this job, and this, I don't know who's responsible, who'll respond. These jobs, are they short-term? Are they once-off opportunities? Are they, whether they lead to sustainable livelihoods in the creative sector? If you can probably answer those questions and then indicate that we'll also need a breakdown of these 33,000 job opportunities, including duration, province, beneficiary selection, cost per opportunity, and whether these jobs are new, temporary, repeat funded, or sustainable. If they can just answer, but also give us a response in writing in a format that I've just indicated to you. I don't know who's going to answer, Chair.
Yeah, can we get a crisp response and then following by a response in writing to the committee?
Thank you very much, Chair. We try and be crisp. As you come through, Acting DDG, the nature of the industry, which I'm sure the Honourable Member would understand, is such that the funds that are received for cultural events and the like, that is funded by the PESP project that you are making reference to, are not permanent jobs. They are the kind of jobs which are deemed to be temporal jobs, and they specifically applicable to that event that is actually funded, or be it an exhibition that is taking place. The whole question around the growth and sustainability of the industry also hinges around the nature of the jobs that are created within the industry, because there isn't any guaranteed permanency in terms of the nature of the jobs that are created through this particular funding. And it is informed by the nature, again, of the industry itself, which we are also addressing through the reviews that we have done. Mr. Sanyane will just add, the Acting DDG.
Thank you, DG, and thank you, Honorable Chair. I think what the DG has mentioned is exactly what one was going to also indicate. However, I think what Honorable Member has asked, we will submit that in writing, but noting that there are also reports for the previous years that we can submit in terms of classifying or maybe stipulating the types of jobs that have been created, whether the projects are new or continuing. So I think I concur with what the DG has said, but we will then submit that information. Thank you.
Thank you. The following members in the following sequence, Honorable Molatsani, followed by Honorable Khabo, followed by Honorable Matawung. Honorable Molatsani.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Written to yourself, honorable members, Deputy Minister and Deputy Minister, the DSEC staff. Chair, I just want to check first with I think the CFO. Yes, the CFO chairperson. On the allocation of funds, you have sports which have been given 1.3. You have culture, it's 1.8, and then you have heritage 2.9. I just want to check why is it sports being given the lowest amount, whereas you find that in sports you have a measurable impact that needs to happen. You have the developments that need to happen. I just want to check on that, chairperson, regarding the allocations. I think this issue of allocations, even last year, we've raised it that we cannot keep on giving sports the lowest amount, whereas that is the one where we are expecting to do a majority of the development. I will pause there, chairperson.
The department.
Thanks, Chair, through you. Indeed, the sport is lesser allocated the budget of 1.3 billion. And that is based more on the baseline of the existence of this department or this program of sports, which used to be a standalone department at a certain time. So the amount did grow based on the CPI and or inflation in terms of treasury when they allocate their budget. We have a make previously when during 2022, and I think also it was a timing issue because that was during the COVID when we were requesting that if we can be assisted to increase the budget for sports, given that even if you look at the composition of employees of that program, it's also the lowest in terms of the manpower. So currently, we don't, there is no any other, how can I put it? There is no any other way that will get an increment in terms of program 2. Like I said, the Treasury also they've raised the issue of the fiscal situation of the country as we know it, to say the timing also it was not good. And it's going to be worse, Chair, through you, given that if then this conditional grant is going to disappear, then you can just imagine, then the budget it will be less than 600 million in terms of that 1.3 billion. Thanks, Chair.
But the issue raised by Honorable Molatani, this has always been the budget for sport, isn't it?
Yes, so what I'm saying, Chair, is that as a department, we have made an application to increase the budget. And given...
Okay, noted.
Yeah.
Noted. Thank you, CFO, Honorable Molatani.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The one of heritage, I see it's 2.9. And my worry with that 2.9, I'm not sure whether it's include the infrastructure on that 2.9 or what, because I just want to check with one heritage site. Does it include the infrastructure?
No, Chair, it does not include infrastructure. Actually, the biggest budget on that 2.9 billion, Honorable Moletsani, is the 1.9 billion of the conjugal grant, which also is going to go our way in the 2 years' time. So,
can someone mute Honorable let's see here? Please mute Honorable let's see here.
Sorry, Chair.
It's fine. Please proceed.
Yes, so so in terms of the infrastructure budget, it is under program 2, Chair. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. On the issue of the bursaries, Chair, let me go to the issue of the bursaries, where you find that the departments only cover 140 students for arts and culture. I think the other one is for language. And last year, Chair, we raised the issue of sports bazaar, where we ask why only arts and culture and sports bursary in fact, arts and culture and language are only covered under bursary, What about sports? Let me make an example, Chair, why I'm saying what about sports. You have your sports science. You have your sports management. That's an example, which the department at some stage needs to fund those bursaries. We expect our athletes to get a proper guidance and so forth. But if you don't have sports science, it means those athletes who are coming from previously disadvantaged, they won't be able to get some professionals who will be able to assist them. Why does the department
Please mute Honorable Nkosi. Honorable members, if you are moving around with your cell phone, ensure that it is muted.
Why the department does not cover the bursary of sports, whereas the high performance it's part of the department. Who's going to run the high performance if we can't cover the bursary for sports? That is why, for an example, when we were in Eastern Cape, we went to Makanda, a high performance center, which is run by an ordinary person who doesn't have, he's just an ordinary person who doesn't have a skill regarding the sports. And we wanted to blame that person that this was supposed to be done, this was supposed to be done. He's just an ordinary person. Why does the department fail to assist in the bursary of sports? We raised this last year, Chairperson. I remember very well Mr. Tebe High, Mr. Tebogo said that we've requested Tebo to go back and check, and Tebo promised that he will come back and report to the portfolio committee, which he hasn't done. It's another year again, Chairperson. We are asking the very same question. I will pause here, Chair.
The department.
Thank you, Chair. And I see the CFO wants to respond, and then Tebogo, you will come after CFO, please.
Sorry, Chair, that was an old hand.
Tebogo.
Okay, I missed the part of the question of the honorable member. If with apology for that, I was following, but I think I missed that.
The honorable member said there has been promises made last year pertaining to bursaries to individuals when it comes to sport, and the department has never come back.
Chair, thanks for that. Chair, we used to have a program that will place athletes, but it was not bursaries for say higher education. It was bursaries related to getting learners from poor disadvantaged schools into sport focused schools to allow their talents to be developed further. So that program has promised. I'll get a final report with the last learners that we have placed, but we don't have a fully fledged bursary program. Chair, thanks.
Yeah, I want us to just flag a little bit there, Honorable Molatsani. And members are inundated with those kinds of requests. And sometimes it's so sorry for them to refer them back to their local structures, which is the municipality, to their district structures, which is the district municipalities. Hence, let alone that mayors also do have a discretionary fund where they help individuals in this particular case. And then also they cannot get help through the provincial structures. And I'm always so sorry to say to someone, try and exhaust that. Then I will be able to write to Dr. Kumalo to say how best can we help. But we should reconsider when it comes to these bursaries. It is indeed difficult. And the minister, I think last week, has made a daring statement that we cannot allow any child or any sport participant not to go and participate on behalf of his country overseas. That individual should be helped. So I think one of the recommendations should and must be that when it comes to this kind of thing, that the department should come up with a kind of a strategy, because also it is very difficult to write from Alabama, where I come from, for a lack of a better word, to write to the minister for this kind of help, while we do have structures on local, provincial levels. Honorable Maletsani.
Chairperson, you know that issue of the bursary of sports. I think I'm going to hammer it more. I just want to check with the department. Do we have any university that is giving arts and culture, heritage arts and culture as a full qualification?
The department.
Yes, thanks. The universities and their structures, they, as honorable member is aware, they do not necessarily report to the department. So we are, however, aware that in different universities in the country, there are facilities, or call them faculties, that deal with the issues of arts and culture and also of heritage, which is why, as a result, just to use the arts and culture bursaries as an example, we do not, when we issue applications for those bursaries, we do not do the administration and the dispensation of those bursaries ourselves. That is done through about 9 universities or higher education institutions in the country. And as a result, we can confirm that out of all the universities, we can guarantee the fact that those 9 that we are working with, they offer qualifications in the space of languages in terms of the language bursaries. And my colleagues can, DDG Ndima can also confirm in terms of the heritage ones, because we work with those universities.
I know. Arts and culture, Dr. Kumar, because with language I know, because we cannot being given bursary to arts and culture and heritage and leave out sports. The department is called Sports, Arts and Culture. Why are we leaving sports outside our bursaries? And we've been raising this even last year. What Teboho has just gave us, it's not the answer that Teboho gave us last year. He said that we'll go and check how can we see and how can we see how many students can we start with regarding the bursary of sports. But hey, that's what we always expect from the department. Every time you get a different answer on the same question, Chairperson. Chair, I want to come to the issue of I saw on the presentation, I think it's page 39, the presentation of CFO, slide 39. The issue of boxing South Africa. Let me start with the issue of boxing South Africa. This financial year of 25-26, boxing South Africa was given 20 million. New financial year, boxing South Africa is going to get 21 million. Why are we keep on giving boxing South Africa such huge amounts, whereas they are producing nothing? Let me
And we
make
still don't have the forensic report.
Let me make an example, Chair. Love Life. Love Life failed to account on the funds which the department gave them. And they end up getting nothing. What is so special about boxing South Africa that from 20 million to 21 million?
The department amid the fact that the committee has not received the forensic report yet. The minister also promised us he's going to give us that report.
To you, Chair, can I just ask the department, do you have the forensic report to send to the portfolio committee of Boxing SA? If I can just be given a few minutes, Honorable Chair, I can get back to you. Let me just find it out to
Thanks,
the person.
Minister.
All right, thank you so much. And I see DG Vincent's hand is up, Honorable Chair.
Mr. Campbell.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister. I'm going to respond firstly to the issue of the report, Chair. In fact, we had a meeting yesterday with the CEO of Boxing South Africa, myself, and the DG, and he has promised to fast track the finalization of the report. The initial draft was presented to the department, Chair, and we were not happy with how the recommendations was coined. And Minister gave an instruction that they should go back and come back, and they are now doing that work, Chair. That's the first thing. The second thing, Chair, just in terms of Boxing South Africa and what they are responsible for and what the grant is for, quickly, Chair, very briefly. Firstly, Chair, we would know that Boxing South Africa is responsible for the regulation of professional boxing in the country. So they do licensing of boxers, trainers, etc., sanctioning and monitoring of tournaments, maintaining boxer records, etc. They're also responsible for the health and safety of boxers, medical examinations, compliance, ringside medical protocols, etc. And then the promotion and development of boxing. They support that particular aspect as well with SANABO, which is our amateur boxing organization. And then also, Chair, they are also then responsible for governance and administration, as well as dispute resolution and oversight. So that is broadly the role of BSA within the country. So they're more a regulatory authority than an authority that deals with the issue of actual development. Although, together with the Amateur Boxing Federation, which is SANABO, they are then beginning to work around how they promote, through promoters and licensees, how they then begin to position BSA to ensure that there's more tournaments. In fact, over the last year, Chair, we had about 83 tournaments that was done under the auspices of BSA. And what BSA has asked us to do yesterday, Chair, and I'm putting this to the Chair, they would like to come in person, Chair, to come and present all the aspects pertaining to BSA. I know they were invited to the meeting of the 28th of April, which they could not make, but they have availed themselves, Chair, now for us to come in and to present the entire program of BSA to the portfolio committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I just want to come one step back, Minister. I'm now confused pertaining to the report, because the last meeting that we had, where Honorable Molatsane has raised this issue, we have been said that the report is there, and now it seems that the report is not final yet. Okay, while Honorable Molatsane, while they think about that, I'm going to give you an opportunity now. I want to go one step back.
Okay.
But please, Honorable Molatsane, proceed. I don't want to step into your time.
Chairperson, you know what the response that we've just received, Chairperson, it doesn't hold water. Same thing that happened to Life. One of my recommendation on Boxing South Africa. We mustn't give Boxing South Africa must not get any allocation up until they come and report to the portfolio committee. It's not us who's going to fund the lifestyle of boxing executives without any action that is happening in the country. We can't, Chairperson. They mustn't be given any allocation. The same thing that has happened to Life up until they come and report to the portfolio committee. Remember, the same thing that we are talking about, it happened again with Basketball South Africa. Till today, they haven't come and account to the portfolio committee. And they were bailed out, I think, with 19 million, if I'm not mistaken. Let me pass on that one. I want to go to this one of Leaf Golf, Chairperson. I'm trying to check it's what page or on the presentation. The CFO, he did touch it, but he did not go in town with it. Can the CFO explain to us regarding this Leaf Golf? Because there is 100 million that has been allocated for what is it? 100 million that has been allocated because it needs to come back again next year. I am not sure whether that 100 million is it for this year when we were having the Leaf Golf in South Africa, or is it for last year? If it was the money that has been put aside for this year, where did they get that fund? Because it was held outside before the new financial year started. It means it supposed to have been funded by the previous financial year, and it never appeared anywhere or on the APP. The same thing or on the same note, Chair. Let me couple it with the issue of the VAR. Let me start by making my comments clear. We are not against VAR. All of us, we are soccer-loving nation. We want VAR to be part of the soccer, but it needs to follow all the correct processes, Chairperson. Minister recently went to the media to say that he is having the documents that he's going to give. He has given SAFA 20 million for VAR. Also, I just want to be given an explanation on the budget. Where did that money comes from, Chairperson? I will pause there and wait for the answer.
The department.
No, thanks very much, Honorable Chair. On the issue of Leaf Golf, the budget that we are talking about is the budget for 26-27, and it relates to the event that took place in March. So meaning that because we pay after the sales has been rendered. So the event that took place in March is the one that we have budgeted 100 million for this current budget. And it did form part of the budget process. It also went to cabinet and all those things. So the process was followed as such. And also maybe what is also critical is that it was appointed in terms of the single source, because you only Leaf Golf who can offer that kind of an event. And then on the VAR, Chair, as members are aware that we did a late transfer to SAFA for 25-26 financial year in terms of what was approved by Treasury, which was around 20 million. So for the current financial year, Chair, we have not put money aside, but what we didn't want to do in the current financial year, as this issue was also raised in the last financial year, we said it must also form part of the plans, because if SAFA is able to move the necessary speed and they need additional, we will deal with that issue at that time, Chair. But it was critical that we must put under priorities of the minister to say this is one of the things that need to happen if, like I said, SAFA is able to move with that necessary speed. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, in terms of what the CFO explained, can you perhaps explain to me the following that is in the ENE? In 2026-2027, 100 million is allocated in the Winning Nation sub-program in the Recreation Development and Sport Promotion Program for the license fees to host Leaf Golf South Africa tournament in March 2026. However, the amount will only be used if the fees cannot be paid through sponsorships. As such, no provision have been made for the tournament. In terms of the ENE and that clarion statement, has there been any sponsorships been received for Leaf Golf?
It can come in the Honorable Chair, because I was working with it, with your permission. Let me just do this. All right, it's on now. Chair, the license fee for Live Golf is around $10 million year one. We have taken out around 85 million. The rest of the money was by sponsorship. The sponsors that were there were sponsorship, South African breweries, We Buy Cars, Pernod Ricard. Off my head, I just have to go back to the thing, but I was just giving you the three major ones. It was SA Breweries, it was Pernod Ricard, it was We Buy Cars, and there were other sponsorships which filled in the rest of the money. But Chair, I just need to, I didn't want to interfere when you were speaking earlier regarding Boxing South Africa. I think the committee, the portfolio committee should summon Boxing South Africa to come and answer most of those questions. That because they gave me a report, which I said to them, the report is, according to me, I told them it's not adequate. It doesn't talk about what must happen now. And by that time, I already told you I have the report. I did have it. And I sent it back to them, Honorable Chair, which you can check with them when you call them in, so they can answer, because I hear Honorable Letani and yourself still have a lot of misgivings about Boxing SA. But as far as Live Golf is concerned, we took out around 85 million rand and the rest was made up by the sponsors, as we've said. All right, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Malatsane, please indicate. I will give you a wrap up. I see the Honorable Eugene Mtetwa has joined us. Much welcome in this meeting. Honorable Malatsane.
Chairperson, I think let me have my last two questions, then I will come back again. Last time, Chair, I think in our last meeting, the CFO come and present regarding the issue of the VAR, saying that the Treasury did not approve the transfers of funds. You know, this thing of not being given being updated with information, it will make us to raise all these questions every time, and it will be like we are not listening. They came back to say that the Treasury did not approve the transfers of funds. But after that, whether it was approved later or not, we did not be informed as the portfolio committee. We are still on that side where we know that it was not being approved. Secondly, Chair, let me come to the issue of PACOFs. I've seen that PACOFs has been given 54, it's going to be allocated 54 million. One chairperson, the board has been dissolved at PACOFs. As the portfolio committee, we don't have information. We only saw on when the advert is circulating regarding the new board. Number two, immediately after the CEO left, the CFO was acting as the acting CEO of the entity. And presently, that CFO who was acting, he has led, he's no longer at PACOFs. It means as we are sitting here, we don't have any senior management that can run PACOFs. Who's going to see to it that 54 million we are giving is going to do what it's supposed to do? And you increase the allocation to the entities. It's not only PACOFs, to the entities that are having problems, and the department has not yet come back to the portfolio to say that we have resolved the problem of these entities. This is how far we have went, but we see the increase in the allocation. Who's going to ensure that that 54 million that the department is going to allocate to PACOFs, it's been spent the way it's supposed to be spent? because as we are sitting here, there is no senior management, there is no board in PACOF's chairperson.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Malatsane. I'm going to ask the department to respond to that, because all of these are also related to, vacant positions even within the department itself. And I think I will later on also ask, I think there is also a very important position within the department that needs to be filled. But I think the concern here, Minister, is the guardian of monies, the execution, and how they're going to, utilize those monies.
Before I forgot, Chair, if you are, Minister, if you allow me, Chair, before I forgot, the playhouse in Durban. I think we were there at Playhouse in Durban during our oversight. And one of the issues the Playhouse, they've told us about, remember the last financial year, the allocation were cut to the entities. They were given lower allocation than the previous year. And the Playhouse, they complained to the portfolio committee that due to that allocation, they had to cut the number of days to open the theater. Number two, they had a certain building that they are renting where it's their storage for all their equipment. And they have no option but to go and cancel the contract with that workshop and bring back those equipment. Even though they don't have space, some of the equipment is going to end up being sold because they don't have an equipment. And those are the entities we are talking about. Rather than going and give Boxing South Africa 21 million, whereas they are producing no results, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Malatsane. The Minister.
Chair, let me start with the first allegation, because a lot of allegations were made, which was very false allegations that has been made here. We can never execute the VAR project without Treasury's approval. That is corruption. That is wrong. That is criminal. And none of us will do that, and none of us has done that. We are guided by Treasury in all our dealings as the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. Secondly, Honorable Chair, this very portfolio was the portfolio committee that told us, and we were in agreement with them regarding the behavior of what's happening at PACOFs. The portfolio committee even told us, you guys will have to put it under administration, or we did exactly that. Now, the other allegation that we have left the building, or there's no management there, there's no CEO after the CEO has resigned. That is, it's untrue, Chair, honestly, because we have the DDG, Ms. Mandisa Kwamba. She's there. She's there from Tuesday. She's there right now, because you cannot leave such an entity with leaderless. Right, that's the second one. And the problems of PACOFs, we agree with the portfolio committee, and that's why we act. Also, the advice of the portfolio committee. And the last one was the Playhouse. We, in Boxing South Africa was in a mess, but I can tell you where I'm sitting. Boxing South Africa is really, 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 really being stabilized. We've got the right people there. The things are happening the way it should be happening. We should, and I would let the portfolio committee be the one calling Boxing South Africa. I don't want to speak on their behalf. But as the minister where I'm sitting, I'm very happy with the progress they are making. Then lastly, regarding the Playhouse, we are right here today, this whole morning, Honorable Chair. We've been busy with all entities, including the Playhouse. We were showing them, we all went together through them, every entity in this department, together. We said, here is a wastage. Here you should change. This is what you should be doing. This is what we think. And everybody was in agreement, the meeting was right. So we don't just want to throw money when somebody says, I have no space, take, there's money. When somebody says to us, because we do get requests for money all day, every day. And lastly, Chair, something that you've mentioned, and Honorable Nathani also mentioned, you mentioned it, Chair. I did make that statement, just as you said it, Honorable Chair, that it cannot be where somebody represents our country and then the mother must go take out the loan. Particularly, it was in a case in chess where women were just taking out loans for these kids, and I couldn't see the situation. But there's also a difference here, which I want to just clarify here. There are some people that write to the department and say, my child is going to play for trials. We cannot support stuff like that. Because then if something happens to the child, we send the child there. We're exposing the state to litigation if something had happened to the child. And if you want to play for trials for any team, that team is supposed to pay. But when a team goes, that's where I feel the department must really break the bank in making sure that they get a team there. Those are the 4 points I wanted to just raise, Honorable Chair. I don't know if the department of Honorable Muletani still want clarity on certain issues.
Thank you, Minister. I said the issue is linked to appointments. Are you in a position to undertake that your department is working on the appointment of the DDG, Arts and Culture Promotion and Development, and other related positions?
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Is the letters out?
Sorry, Chair.
Is the letters out?
The department is indeed working on the filling of the position of the DDG because a process happened at the same time when the new structure of the department was submitted to DPSA. When we sent a request to DPSA to advertise the position of the DDG, they requested that the matter regarding the finalization of the new structure be, where discussions and everything be finalized first. But we have since written again back to DPSA to say, can they consider that post be advertised parallel to them reviewing the new structure that we have submitted to them. So yes, indeed, Chairperson, if it was up to us, that position would have been filled already. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much. I can't see Honorable Khabo. It's his opportunity now.
No, I'm in, Chair. I'm in.
I thought as much that you didn't want to trouble with your gadget in order for us to guess where you are. It is your opportunity. Please proceed.
No, thank you very much, Chair, and thanks for the opportunity provided. Chair, mine is very simple and straight. Maybe one must indicate that we are still having the same views that we had previous year. We still believe that the indicators are not clearly defined in the current APP. We also believe that our targets are not aligned to our strategic objective of the department. And it is for that reasons that we believe that the department should go back and review some of the issues that we had raised previously before we move for the adoption. So as things stands, the framework, we are going to request that we make inputs. The current form NET as it is, we will not agree to it. In simple terms, one would want to reject it, and I will provide the reasons why I would want the APPs to be returned and be reviewed and include certain issues. Practical example, in the previous year, Chairperson, we had spoken about the creative arts program in schools that was started as a pilot program. The department had made a commitment that for this financial year, they are going to include it for optimal implementation. And yet again, we are this year in the new APPs. We still don't have that item being reflected and being clearly defined by the department through their APPs on how we are going to achieve that. Second to that, Chairperson, we have also spoken about the amount of money that we are investing through bursaries. Honorable Moletani has already given an indication on how we have previously failed to adhere to the target that we had set for ourselves for the heritage bursaries. And the department ultimately decided to review that target in terms of the number. and we proposed that there should be an inclusion of sports-related sports-related courses that are funded, and we're not seeing that from the department. The second thing that we had raised, if not the third thing that we had raised from the departmental point of view, was clarity in terms of, you'd remember that in 2023, 2024, we had targets that were, I think, 64, and we reduced those targets in the previous year. And again, I would like to get clarity in terms of, have we decreased the number of targets because they are also not clear? And second to that, what would be the reason of the reduction of our targets? Take into consideration again, Chairperson, we have also achieved a bit of an increase in terms of our budget. The other issue that we wanted to indicate in line with the previous engagement, Chairperson, and also in line with the advice of the Auditor General. You'd remember that last year we had our meeting with the department when we were going through a midterm review, Chairperson. And the Auditor General had made specific input in that meeting. And if I would quote the Auditor General, the AGSA advised Department of Sports, Arts and Culture to adopt the specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound criteria for all indicators and improve internal quality assurance before finalizing future APPs. So it is on those bases, Chairperson, that from where we are sitting, these APPs are not clearly defined, of which makes it very difficult for us to make that assessment. Let me go to the issues in relation. I thought it is important that we must start with this one and clarify our position that we are not going to accept these APPs because we believe that there is serious discrepancies between the APP and the budget. I don't know, we're going to show that in our submission, Chairperson. So in a nutshell, it is important for you to note that we are rejecting the outlook of the APP as it is, because it does not respond to what we have spoken to as a portfolio committee. Chairperson, I would want to understand from the finance department in particular, in relation to the VAR, that is one issue that is very close to my heart. And I fully agree with the sentiments of Honorable Moletsani that we support VAR. We fully support it. But what we will not support is a process that is highly questionable and inconsistent with the prescripts of the law. I would like to check with the CFO for how much has Treasury approved for the implementation of VAR in this current financial year.
Treasury, is this a direct question because you have raised other issues as well, Honorable Khabo?
No. Those ones were just issues that I thought must be captured, Chairperson. This is my first question that is direct to the finance department in relation to VAR, Chairperson.
I just come in there with the first part of Honorable Khabo's submission. I think we cannot go up and down. The department, you've heard what the Honorable Member said. If we can just go back and see what are the issues that the portfolio committee has asked us to include in the APP, then we include
Minister,
those.
Minister, I also wanted to go into that. There are issues that has been mentioned previously, and now there was a direct question. But let me add, in terms of your request, I think it would be also good to give those details from the committee side, Honorable Khabo, in order for the department to respond on to that. I think we should give them the right to respond, because obviously they will be in a position to say, no, there's no way we can't change this, or we can't less this, or we can't make this a bigger performance area, whatever the case may be. But let's give the honorable member an opportunity to debate from the VAR, then we can come back. We have to come back to the issues that Honorable Khabo has raised pertaining to what is of concern in the indicators.
If
All
I
right, so
may,
Honorable Chair, through you, are you saying that, because what I was proposing, Honorable Chair, instead of us going up and down, is for the portfolio committee to just send a 1 or 2 pager of what are the things we need to work on as a department. We will then assemble a meeting with the whole team today, and we will burn the midnight oil and making sure those things are there. Instead of us going up and down the whole time, because we have been going up and down. So let's get the wish list of the department, and where we cannot implement, we will give reasons also in writing to the Honorable Chair. And so I think that's the first one. If that is acceptable to you, Honorable Chair.
Yeah, Honorable Khabod, do you perhaps have such a list? Because we are running out of time. The debate on this budget vote is next week, Tuesday. I have been bluntly told that there is no way that they are going to move this debate by the chair of chairs. I want to give you a fair chance and the department a fair chance if there is proposals for revisions that you have to make.
And equally, Chair, they must explain why have they not included issues that we had raised in the previous year. And I've made the reference to the advice of the Auditor General. And that's what we had raised, and we then included those issues. So while they are speaking to those things, they must equally also tell us why have they did not include them in the current format or the proposal that is before us. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Khabo. The issues regarding to indicators that are not clearly defined and not aligned, the Honorable Member has then made specific examples. The Arts in Schools program, we did indicate that it was going through a process of review. The reviewers were appointed and the projected completion dates was April, May, I stand to be corrected. So we were not going to be in a position, Honorable Member, to include the Arts in Schools program in the 2026 financial year, 2026-27, without us receiving that report and knowing exactly what are the enhancements or improvements that needed to be injected into the program. So we are still in the process of finalizing because we appointed an independent reviewer to do that. I think we've taken note of the issues of bursaries in sports, Honorable Member. So let me not further belabor that particular point. In terms of the decrease in the number of targets, yes, indeed, the Honorable Members did point that one out, and I'm looking at my colleague Sidi Mahlobo to just correct my figures. The 25-26 KPIs stood at 25, and they have since been increased in this particular APP that we were presenting today to, it's 32, 33. I'm just trying to tally out my numbers. If you look at program 1, the increase there is from 2 to 5, and we have indicated which are the additional 3 KPIs. If I'm looking at the next ones, which is program 2, they stand at 9. And when it comes to the ACPD ones, they were 9 in total. I'm just trying to get a figure of how many there were in program 2. But in program 3, they were 9 in the 25-26 financial year. They now stand at 12. And program 4 was 6, they stand at 8. And we have indicated, Chair, through you in the presentations, which of these, there was a slide after each and every program, which of the KPIs we have brought in and the rationale behind us doing that. We did submit this APP, Honorable Member, to AG. It went to the DPME, the Department of Performance Management and Evaluation, and it also did go to the AG. The AG gave us their analysis back, which also confirmed the extent to which they were comfortable with us having applied the SMART criteria in our KPIs, which we took into account their comments, and where we needed to review and reconfigure the KPIs, we did so. Where we needed to look at the definition and the description of the indicators, we did that. There is a report that was then issued by the AG with regard to the 26-27 APP. I'm not sure, CFO, I see your hand, you want to add.
Before the CFO
And
goes,
equally, we need to be
Honorable
careful. Sorry.
Cabo,
We need to be
just
careful
hold.
of the DG also in terms of chowing our time on responses.
Yeah, no, I'll give you ample time. I'm giving you ample time, and I hear your concern, and I will really give you ample time. But you know, the minister said we mustn't go up and down. All the reports with the recommendations of the committee are being tabled in Parliament. That is the first and foremost important thing. And yes, we might have or not have our records of what Honorable Khabo has said. My problem here is that we will not be able to review an APP overnight. This is huge work. That's the first thing. But I want to come back to Honorable Khabo on the passionate issue, and I can't remember our oversight. It's more than a year ago where we were in Northwest in what is this place called Orkney. We then came back and we have a serious rebuttal on arts in schools. Dr. Kumalo, we have been told that there is an MOU signed with the Department of Basic Education, and the program has not been cancelled. It's in abeyance. And when it comes to arts in schools, it is the thing for South Africans in our traditional areas. So I really want us to go back to the arts in schools and the issue of that Honorable Khabo as mentioned. And I really want us to seriously consider the issues that Honorable Khabo is raising pertaining to what we would want it in the APP and not. Comparing to what is, and I respect what the minister said, that they've done everything. But in terms of the reports that has been tabled, it will be good for the department to say, Honorable Khabo, you said this, here is it. We've said that, here is it. So I am concerned on the issue now of school sports that Honorable Khabo has raised, Dr. Kumalo, because that was not off the hook, not at all. And for us to taking school sports out now, it will be an indictment, because one of the core values of this APPs and this budget debate that we have here, it must have an outcome when it comes to enhancing and empowering and also transform society. And we cannot do or transform society where we're taking programs out of the system in this fashion. Dr. Kumalo.
Fully agree with you, Honorable Chairperson. Hence, we are really chasing the finalization of this review, because we ourselves would want to see this program back in our plans. However, as I said, we are also very conscious. You saw it yourself in Northwest, as you say, Honorable Chair, and I think in KZN as well. We are very much aware of the fact that there were these particular problems, hence the commissioning of this review, which unfortunately could not be concluded, Chairperson, by the end of the financial year, projected for finalization in the, I'm looking at the acting DDG, in the May month, he says. So the objective of the inclusion of the Arts in Schools program still remains. However, we need to be informed by what comes out on the report, so that when we implement it, those improvements are filtered into the implementation of the program. So I agree with you, Chairperson, but I'm explaining why you don't see it in the current plans, as it were.
Before I'm going to give you an opportunity, Honorable Khabo, can can you, Dr. Kumalo, inform Honorable Khabo by when this report will be ready?
Okay, I was just checking with the acting DDG so that I don't say something that is not incorrect, that is not correct. He is indicating that it is expected to be in by end of May, Chairperson.
Thank you. Content advisor, please take note of that. Honorable Khabo, proceed.
Chairperson, thank you very much. I must indicate that I'm not happy with the response of the DG. This is not for the first time the DG saying this. It has been almost more than 18 months having raised this matter after our interaction or oversight visit. And it then means that on area that is important on the promotion and preservation of our culture, it means that we are doing nothing. Because if we are unable to invest in the grassroots development of such from the level of schools, it means that we are not achieving anything. So I would still maintain my view that we would want that matter to be included as a matter of agency, because from where we are sitting, the DG is also not telling us what informs the hiccup or what informs the challenge. So we can't be sitting here and accepting that we can't be here sitting and accepting that the report must still be processed when the matter is not being included as we have requested. Maybe if I can go to the next issue, Chairperson. Chairperson?
Yes, please proceed, Honorable Member.
I asked the first question in relation to VAR, Chairperson.
Okay.
And my simple question,
Minister.
my question was straight to the CFO as to how much has Treasury approved for the implementation of VAR for the 2026-2027 financial year.
Thanks very much, Chair, through you, Honorable Khabo. On the issue of VAR, for the current financial or the financial under review that you are speaking about, the 6 and 7, the VAR, there is no budgeted, is budget 0. And the reason is being that what I explained previous, but I think I must go back. The issue of VAR, if all members can remember, I did share the approval from National Treasury in terms of what has been approved in terms of VAR. And that letter was then sent during the meeting, and it was confirmed and the letter has been received. And that letter was saying, for in case, as Treasury, we agree that the 20 million from Big Work, the department can then use it for VAR. But in terms of you taking money from Federation, that we are disagreeing. We are saying that must be a sort of a long-term plan. If you want to bring in sponsors, then don't just take money now, but instead build a sustainable process, which we agreed. But at the end of the day, we only paid 20 million. And this is what I was saying on my response to say, look, given that we gave the money late in the financial year, we didn't budget it for, but what we also didn't want to do is to be quiet in terms of VAR. As members has raised this question, if you remember in the previous APP, to say the VAR were very quiet. So we didn't want to say during the year when we put money under VAR, then you say it was not part of your APP. And that is a reason why it's there. And then I know that was also not the question that you asked, Honorable Khabo, just to answer Honorable Moletsane on the issue of Playhouse. The Playhouse issue matter, it was also addressed between us and National Treasury and Playhouse by giving them about 8 million in March to make sure that the issue that they were raised during the visit of the portfolio committee has been addressed. Thanks, Chair.
No, thank you very much. I'm happy that you are confirming what we said previously, that VAR in the previous budget, we never had a clear allocation. I'm happy you are confirming it. But secondly, I would want you to tell us, now that the 20 million was taken away, I was taken from the budget of the Big Work. For the 2026-2027, what would then be the allocation for VAR? I've heard you saying that it's under operational budget. I was just trying to check. That's why I want to confirm, yeah?
Yes, Honorable Khabo, like we are saying, we don't know how SAFA will move in terms of speed. So first they must exhaust the 20 million that was given to them. And only at that time, which it will be during the year of 26-27 financial year, either during adjustment or depending, let's say, is late of the financial year, let's say November, December there, because the adjustment budget will have been passed by that time. Then it means you are only now left back to reprioritize your budget. I hope I've answered.
No, I'll get back to that point. On the issues of federations, let's go to the issue of federations while we are still here. I've seen an allocation, I'm just not sure of the amount, but that allocation is very vast. In fact, it's very vague. And earlier on, I've raised the issue of the SMART principle. And previously, Chairperson, if you remember, we raised an issue of federations. In fact, federations raised the issue of their allocations being received very late, even when the portfolio committee was told that federations have received their allocations. But equally, and I've said it and I'm going to say it again, we're not going to give the minister and the department and the deputy minister a blank check. And I've said it last year and I'm going to repeat it. And it was proven that indeed we have given them a blank check. And this is what I meant when I said a blank check. We had requested the department through the finance department to give us a breakdown of the amounts that they will be allocating to each and every federation. And last year they did not do that. And guess what happened? Firstly, federation received their monies very late. Others were complaining that they never received their allocation. Thirdly, the department would wake up in the morning and decide that we're increasing those people's allocation and we're decreasing those people's allocation. It is for that reason that I'm saying that a detailed breakdown of the allocation, and I want you to respond to this part as to why do you keep on bringing an allocation that is not specific as to how much will be allocated per federation? Can you please clarify that part and give us a breakdown of each federation?
No, thanks very much.
Sorry, CFO, through you, Chair. I just need to answer one thing that Honorable Khabo said. I cannot let that just stand. Honorable Khabo makes allegation as fact. He turns his allegations as fact. He says we just wake up in the department and then we give federations money. Who does that? Who does that? We said, Honorable Chair, we sit and we read the letters, we hear the complaints. That's not waking up. I just needed to make that thing right, that we don't just wake up. So if I don't say nothing, that is going to be a headline. Departments just wake up and they give millions. Nobody does that here. Nobody will ever do that. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Minister. I think it was a metaphor, Honorable Khabo.
No, our level of understanding and comprehension will not be the same, Chairperson. That's why I understand.
I agree with you. That I agree with you.
That's why I don't respond. I understand what the minister is saying. So that's why I'm not even tempted to respond, Chairperson. I agree with the minister. Not a problem.
Agree with you. Our level is not the same.
Yeah, no, thanks through you, Chair. On the issue of 100 and...
Before we go up and down like the minister has said, I want to get an undertaking from Dr. Kumalo as to whether they will consider the judgment during midterm pertaining to arts in school, the issue of Honorable Khab. And if the answer is yes, I also would like that the content advisor ensure that this form part of a recommendation. Dr. Kumalo.
The answer is yes, Chairperson, because that would be post the review that we talk about. Yes.
Thank you so much. That is progressive, Honorable Khabo.
Yeah. No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me repeat my questions, Chairperson. In federations, I've seen that there's an allocation of 180 million. And I've said that to avoid the mistakes of the previous year, where the department would not have a proper plan in place in terms of disbursements of funds, would rather wake up in the morning and decide to allocate and withdraw funds. I would request that the CFO provide us with a detailed budget of all compliant federations, because last year we provided 108 chairperson, and later federations were complaining that they had not received their allocation on time. Secondly, we got reports that what was presented to us, the department was now at liberty to decide which one is going to get 10 rand and which one is going to get 15 rand. And that on its own, it is outside our process of planning and playing oversight. When we don't know as to how much is SAFA going to be allocated out of this 150, it becomes difficult for us to hold SAFA accountable in line with the specific amount allocated. And that's what my question is informed about from the smart principle point of view. Can the CFO clarify that 180 breakdown, which one is going to get? And I've made an example of SAFA in particular. SAFA is currently in shambles, is having challenges of governance. We had to bail them out. We gave them an advance payment of 5 million. To date, we are told through the CFO that SAFA is the very same one that must spend money, must also spend the 20 million allocated for the VAR implementation. That on its own, chairperson, raises serious eyebrows. Can we get clarity on the federation's 180 breakdown, and particularly those that are compliant, chairperson? Thank you very much.
No, thanks very much, Chair, through you. The 118, there is a list of all the federation, because we also on the list is not only a federation that have complied, let's say in the previous financial year. It's the list of all federations, because that is how we then allocate our budget. But that list can be shared with honorable members, is there. And also just to add in terms of...
Chairperson, sorry, CFO. The list being there, my question does not speak about the list. It speaks about the allocation of 180 to compliant. Which of the compliant? Because the Auditor General has also raised the concern on the department making transfers to entities that are not compliant. It is for that reason I specifically spoke of compliant. And if we know that which federation out of the 180, how much have you allocated, it then becomes our responsibility to play oversight through that entity, knowing that you are given 20 million for you to perform certain function. That's what I need, not a list of all federations. Give us a list. Maybe you cannot give us now so that I can continue with my other questions. Maybe you can just note it. Give us a list of all compliant entities that, or federations to be precise, that you are going to benefit from the 180 million allocated. Because clearly now what you want to present, it's something that is very vague. I've seen your report. You have listed all federations that you are working with, but I put it to you that not all of them are compliant, and not all of them according to the general.
Yeah, maybe, Chair, I want to go back to the 118 that is there under federations. That 118 is a total number of allocation for all the federations. And that is why I keep going back to say list of federations, because when the federation didn't comply, let's say in the previous financial year, does not say in the current financial year is not going to comply. And that is why the 118 breakdown is all the federation. But the issue to say we are paying also late, I think we have started paying the federation in the beginning of the new financial year, but we can then share the list, which I don't have now with me, in terms of which federation is possible for them not to be paid based on the non-compliance.
So, CFO, you are saying that we've got 180, and from where we are sitting, we cannot tell this committee as to which federation is going to get how much from the 180.
I'm saying to you, Honorable Khabo, to say, when you do a budget for the case for federations, it's based on the allocation of federation in total based on the history. And then at the end of the financial, because the compliance work this way, we'll have to check the compliance of 25-26 financial year. Let's say it's 56 federation, if 100% of them did comply. But the mistake that you can't do is to then reduce the allocation based on the non-compliance, because they can still comply during the year. Then it means you have then reduced your budget. And that is what I'm saying. But what we don't have, maybe Vincent can come in to say, in terms of the list of federations, which ones are not in compliance to date? Thanks, Chair.
CFO, you still don't respond. Chairperson, that is the same thing that I'm referring to, the 180 allocation for federations. And the CFO also agrees that not all federations are compliant, but the CFO wants us to approve the 118 allocation for federations when we don't know which federation is going to benefit and for how much. And I'll request the department to provide such and clear. That's why we are saying that it must be specific. It must be measurable. Can I go to the next question, Chairperson? If you'd allow me.
Yeah, please proceed, wrap up.
Okay. It means that, Chairperson, my apologies for disrupting your lunch. Let me then choose which issues I would prioritize, else I'll send them in writing.
I'll give another opportunity if there is.
Okay, let me, for purpose of a snack, Chairperson, I'm worried about, let's go to infrastructure support grant. The previous year allocation was 307.9 million, and it has decreased to 232 million in terms of the projected allocation of the department. And that on its own, Chairperson, number two, it speaks directly to our core function of the department of creating access to sporting codes. And you can only access sporting codes when there is infrastructural development or equipment that are relevant for you to render that sport. And I'm having a serious problem on and around this decrease. I would want to get from the side of the CFO, would I be right to conclude that part of the reasons why you have decreased the budget allocation is precisely because of, and I've seen also on the part of your target is to conclude the Sarah Bartman and the bombed Winnie Mandela Clinic, of which you and me will agree that thing, or it's a pie in the sky, it remains a dream that we might not achieve even in the next 10 years. I would want to get clarity from you. Is that the reason why you have decreased the infrastructural budget? Because of the Sarah Bartman Center of Remembrance remains incomplete. There is no progress. We have been making allocation for the past 2 years. But secondly, I would like to get clarity from you. Does that mean the reduction means that our budget is unable to maintain or respond to the future plans that we have had for ourselves? But thirdly, now that we have decreased our budget, what then happens to projects that we have already started, Chairperson? And I'll make you an example of this thing. And I've raised this matter even with the minister. Number one, you've got a project that was supposed to be completed in Lekwatemane, the phase 1 that was supposed to be completed last year, 2025 in September. And to date, we don't know what is happening with that project because even the contractor has left site. And again, you come into the department, you are told that the budget of infrastructural support has been reduced. What I ask myself as a member of parliament, and I would like to get clarity, does the department have a maintenance plan of projects that they have already started? And in this budget, do we have a maintenance plan of projects that we had already started? And I would like to get specific clarity on the project in Lekwatemane local municipality, the Utwanang stadium that has started. The project was supposed to be, the first phase was supposed to be completed last year, 2025. And my worry is that we are in 2026, it's almost June and there is no contractor. It means that the investment that we have done into the refurbishment of that local sports ground, it will go to be wasted. And I would like to get clarity from the department in particular for the two things that I've raised, or the three things that I've raised. And also, does it mean that the department has drastically failed to play the monitoring and evaluation on the implementation of projects? Because I want to tell you, Chairperson, we must raise this matter. We are the department that allocates money to provinces and municipalities. And yet again, Chairperson, when we request our own departmental officials to attend oversight with us, some of them from the infrastructure department, they are forever unavailable. Then you ask yourself, how is the department playing oversight on the implementation of this project? I would like to pause there, Chairperson, get clarity on the decrease of the budget that has been allocated But with specific reference, I would like to get clarity on the Utlwana Sports Ground in Christiana. Like I've said, the first phase was supposed to be completed in 2025. There is no contractor in place. And this is one of the projects that indicates that we are making continuous investment in starting of projects when we don't have a plan on concluding, because we don't know what is happening. Can I stop there, Chairperson? Others, I think I'll submit them in writing. The last part maybe that I must raise, Chairperson, I think this one is others I'll get into on. The minister on the issue of World Cup. You know, the department must be clear on us. Firstly, the minister must respond to this thing of the rationale. The rationale, I've heard the minister through the media briefing that there will be, I think, 16, if not 18 people that the minister would be bringing along or will be going with from South Africa, who will be joining the World Cup. I would like to get the understanding from the minister as to what is the rationale behind that, and also what would be the impact in relation. Will they be promoting tourism? Will there be something specific reference that they will be doing? And lastly, if the department can provide us with a list of how many officials will be attending the World Cup, for how many days, how much would be the financial implication, and what would be the role of those people? Because I think that we have seen through the media in the past few years that the minister has been crisscrossing the world, even though we have not received any report. Chairperson, the minister and the officials have been doing in international space, because I believe that now that it comes from directly from our budget, they should be there for our own reasons, for the benefit of the country, and we have not received any report in that regard. Let me stop my issue in terms of getting clarity on how much will be our financial implication on the issue of officials attending the World Cup. Thank you very much.
The Minister.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. Let me answer the third member regarding the lucky fans that are going to the World Cup. You see, Honorable Chair, when you follow sport and you follow culture, they are entwined at international events. You have the Super Bowl, halftime is becoming more popular. The culture space is even becoming more popular than the sport at the Super Bowl. You go to the World Cup, rugby, cricket, there's musicians performing. So those two industries internationally are one. The World Cup we're going to is no different. Stages has been set up not to play football on those stages, but for people to perform on those stages. Countries will have performances. Countries are sending the journalists there to bring to the people in the rural areas and to bring behind the scenes what's happening. What I've done as the minister, I've seen previously that it's always the same people going. I then went out, I got a sponsorship which will be announced this week, if I'm not mistaken, or next week. I don't know when the sponsors will announce. And those sponsors will pay for the lucky fans to go to the World Cup. It's a once in a lifetime opportunity, not only for the person going, but to have support for the players to see at that corner there are South Africans. These are people that has never been on a plane, most of them. And we are not paying for it. We went out as a department to go and say, can you pay for this 20 people? And these companies said, yes, we will. And the issue of crisscrossing the country, using the words of Honorable Khabo, Live Golf was this year. It killed this whole genocide story because the world's best golfers talked about how great South Africa is. The ROI of Live Golf is standing at 1.4 billion rand. Now, he says he's never received a report of why am I traveling. Ministerial travel does not report to Minister Khabo. It reports to the President Cyril Ramaphosa. Now, no minister travels without asking permission from His Excellency Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa. And upon your return, you need to give a full report of, first you must say what you're going to go do there and give proof. and upon your return, to show that proof that you've done that. And the president is very clear. In fact, I am one of the superstars when it comes to reporting, according to the president. He took time one day to congratulate me and saying, your reports come very fast when it comes to your travel, what you've done, who you've met. The portfolio committee will get access to every cent that has been spent. As far as the members of the department is going, that discussion is ongoing here. There will be no excess, and everybody that will be going there, and we must report, and we will report. And we're glad to report every cent that we'll be spending from the department side, every person that is going, and why did that person go. I can assure the department, allow us to do our executive role, and you can do your oversight role. We will definitely come and report as we should. And it's not a favor we're doing to the portfolio committee. I just needed to bring clarity on those issues. Thank you very much.
Okay. If I
Honorable
may,
Khabo.
No, Chair, I posed some question. I'm expecting probably the CFO and the minister.
Yes, that's why I want to ask whether you're happy with those some of the answers. The department.
yes, no, through you, Chair. Thanks very much. Yes, indeed, the reduction between infrastructure support in page 38 is based on the poor performance, especially from Sarabatman. Hence, the budget has been reduced. But it's not only Sarabatman, it's also National Archives. But just maybe to give an update on the Sarabatman, we did meet with Public Works just after the year end, and then they have, according to them, finalized the procurement process of the service provider. So we are hoping that this financial year, it will be a different story compared to the previous ones, Chair. Thanks very much. I think the issue of Lekwataiman, maybe Vincent can assist there. I know it's a municipal infrastructure grant. It's not part of that amount under infrastructure support. Honorable Khab, thanks very much.
Honorable Khabo, you happy?
No, Chairperson, clearly, like I've indicated, the CFO had not responded to the two issues of your maintenance. What then happens? What is the implication on project? I was just making an example of that project of Lekwateman. What then today does it mean that the current budget would be enough to complete projects that have been started by the department in the previous year? That was my first question. The second question, I said, Chairperson, when we do oversight, we realize that we invest a lot of money in infrastructural development, but in most cases, budget allocated. And that was my question to the CFO. Does it mean that firstly, we'll be able to complete all of our projects that we have started in line with the plans that we have had? Secondly, does it mean that, in fact, does the department have allocation for maintenance of projects, including the maintenance plan? That is the only part that I thought that the CFO had not responded to in relation to the issues that I've raised, and including the issues of federations. But like I said, that one will get it in breakdown. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Khabo. CFO, can we get those also in writing so that it can also form part of the recommendations? My list has grown in the meantime. The following speaker is Honorable Mataung, followed by Honorable Mtetwa, followed by Honorable Daniels. Then I will go for a second bite, 2 minutes each. Honorable Mataung.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, and greetings to everyone. Greetings to the Minister, the Deputy Minister, and the department. Chairperson, I think so far I've been covered with many answers and questions from Memo Letsane, Honorable Litia, and Honorable Khab. But there's an issue at hand here, Chair, regarding the school programs. It's very so alarming because we believe that early childhood development, starts from the grassroots, which is your schools, which is meant to be made one of the priorities in order if we say we need to do focus more on developing sports, arts, and culture at an early age. So maybe my question that needs to be based to the department is, what exactly is their mandate for early childhood development? That's the first question that I'm asking them, Chairperson.
Dr. Kumalo.
Thank you, Chair. The government has come up with an ECD strategy, and the department is one of those departments that report on the interventions in as far as ECD is concerned. The document, top of my head, because it's not in front of me, covers the work that we do in the libraries in terms of provision of reading material that is for that particular age of kids that are in the ECD level, and also in terms of the provision of infrastructure in different parts of the country, particularly the children's park. There are other areas, chairs, I'm just citing examples, but we are part of government's ECD strategy, where an IMC has been formed, to which we also report as a department.
Thank you, Honorable Mataung.
Okay, thank you so much, Chairperson. Thank you so much, Gigi. Okay, one other question, Chair, which was so alarming for me. It was more based on when Vincent spoke about equipment and the attire, when the minister was asked when they had to pay for wheelchair and everything. So I want to know from the department that does the department has an emergency money that is just sitting there, whereby when the department want to utilize it, then they can just go somewhere and take the money and be able to fund certain individuals because of they are in need, or they are in need of an attire or equipment? Or is this money, if this money has been taken to any other entities, why is it not been shown down to say this is a figure of an amount that was taken from this entity in order for us to cover these expenses for this particular person, or for this particular traveling for a certain individual that is going to Japan, maybe for a wheelchair tennis or something like that? So do they have any emergency money that is just sitting there, so that we can know that in future, we know if they say they've used certain money, that means it's coming from that emergency funds? Thank you, Chair.
The department.
I would like, thanks, Honorable Member. I would like the CFO just to explain, because I don't think government, in terms of the prescripts, they allow for what you call emergency funds, but it allows for reprioritization, and you apply for a variation and a deviation when need arises. But I think the expert, in terms of just explaining this one, would be the CFO, Chair. If I can ask him to just respond.
No, thanks. Through you, Chair. Indeed, there is no emergency fund that the department has, and also is not allowed in terms of the Treasury regulation and the PFMA. But what is allowed is that after your budget has been approved, you then have some item that you can able to reprioritize within your budget. But some of the items, for in case your goods and services, you can able to move that money within the department without treasury approval. But the compensation of employees, your transfer payment, your capital payment, you must then get the treasury approval. Hence, every time when we, for in case, want to increase or give money or reduce, you have to get treasury approval for that. And that is what we've been doing when we reprioritize, because when you reprioritize your budget, you must then put them in a list of priorities and say that is critical more than this one, then you request that shifting. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Thank you so much, Chairperson. I love it because you just spoke about priority projects. FIFA World Cup, you said it's a priority project, and there's money allocated to support Bafana going to the World Cup. Can we have a breakdown of how much is it, as much as Honorable Khabu said, which people are going there, how much is going to be spent, and all of those? My reasoning is I'm going to go back again to Minister and what is happening between him and Mama Joy, that petty fight on the limelight, to say we had that 90% there's musicians that were going to go there, and we call others like super fans and stuff. So can we just have the breakdown of that, Minister, in terms of to say how many people are going?
Should we say breakdown how many are going and who's paying which budget? Can we make this part of the recommendations? If you don't mind, I think the department will not be able to, sorry for the term, thumbsuck that now. Is that fine with you, Honorable Mataung? Honorable
And
Mataung.
where is this money coming from? It's more of an emergency money as well, checks. And
I'm not sure whether it's my gadget, but are we losing Honorable Mataung?
Yes, Chair, he seems problem on his side.
It seems that we lost him. I think we will, that will form part of the recommendations on the budgetary constraints on the travel and the monies and all of that. I'm now going to call upon the Honorable Mtetwa.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Honorable Minister. Good afternoon, the department. Good afternoon, honorable members. Thank you, Chair. I've got very few because I wasn't part of this meeting from the beginning. I've got only few questions. One, I want to know if, unless the department spoke to that one, any indigenous sport that the department is prioritizing and developing it into an international sporting code, from the grassroots up to international level. Is there any budget allocated for any indigenous, specifically for any indigenous games? Because I remember previously I did say to Minister, it's okay for him to prioritize certain sporting codes from outside the country, like your golf, your Formula One, which speak to the economy, the economic gains. But as a country also, I was told when I was growing that a country can talk about its growth in terms of economy based on what it exports than what it imports. Now I want to find out if there's anything, any indigenous sporting code that is developed with that in mind, that it must be a sport, an international sport that will end up being part of the Olympic Games. Secondly, when the department says it has bursaries for arts and culture, I would like to know which art forms it is funding. Does it have a list of what it has funded in the previous 5 years? And therefore, moving forward, this is what they are increasing. Because as far as I know, if you're talking of arts and culture, arts bursaries, it would be Bachelor of Music, BMAS. It will be drama for those who are going into film, but other, I don't know if maybe they will tell us there's something that There are certain things that they are doing that we don't have access to that information. Correctly so in terms of the arts in schools. You know, it seems like, Minister, the department, it seems like it embraces mediocrity because there's nothing scientific about arts in school. When we did our oversight, what we were confronted with was the art that is provided, especially in these developing or in the previously disadvantaged schools. It was only an art teacher with no equipment, with nothing. And what the kids were doing nothing different from what we would see at the parks, at the streets, doing singing and clapping hands, and others doing the gumboot dance. There was nothing that compared to your previously white schools, where you have a piano, you have a hall, a beautiful hall with a piano, guitars, and those who are doing fine arts or visual arts have got those equipment. Not in black schools, not in township schools, not in rural schools. So I don't know what is this review. You know, that's why I'm saying it's mediocrity that you're embracing at the department. You must now outsource the work. I mean, the department was not born yesterday, that it doesn't know what the problems are. We know what were the problems around the arts in school. We know there are graduates who graduated in universities with degrees. They are sitting at home. They don't have anything. When they're deployed in these schools or placed in these schools, they're not given the support. So I don't understand this thing of a review. There's something that must go into a review as if it requires a scientific research to find out how deep, how bad, what went wrong. There's nothing. We know that the department didn't give the arts in school support. What it has been biased towards its sports in school. Yes, indeed, we have an MOU. What informs that MOU? If you don't have arts in school, what informs the MOU with the Department of Education? That's why the Department of Education has got no budget set for this. It's not speaking to anything because we have nothing planned to do with. We just entered into a paper just to tick the box, but we have nothing to offer. So on those three things, I would like to hear from the department what is their take. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Tetwa. Any response from the department as the issue has come up previously?
Honorable Chair, thank you so much. I just want to deviate for 2 seconds, I promise. I'll give the DG to answer. I just want to say that I'm going to send, I just received it now, the forensic report regarding SIFSA. So I'll just ask, it must only be for the eyes of the members of the portfolio. Can I proceed?
Proceed, Honorable Minister. I could not assess who that is.
So I just wanted to...
For my jubilation, it's Honorable Mtetwa. I'm so excited. Thanks, yeah.
So yeah, there's huge findings of corruption, which I will share in the next 5 minutes with the portfolio committee. It's very secretive at the moment because we're still going to go through it, but I feel that I must send it. Then I want to hand over to the capable DG.
DG?
Thank you very much. And thanks to the Honorable Member for the questions. I'm going to again talk to the issue of the arts in schools. The Honorable Member Mtetwa is really on point in terms of what he's saying. And that is the very reason why we had to do a review. the way the program is being implemented doesn't translate to the objectives it is supposed to achieve. It might seem, if you look at it, Honorable Mthethwa, that we should have just come up with a remodeled arts in school program. However, that's the process we followed, and we've already made a commitment around the issue of putting the KPI back into the APP post the receipt of that review. Vincent, DDG Vincent will come in and talk to the issues of indigenous sports, and the colleagues in ACPD will then talk about the issues related to bursaries. I would like to also bring in Mr. Ndima so that he can just also further unpack around the qualifications. Yes, we call it in the space of heritage promotion and preservation, but he will then unpack in terms of the qualifications, because Honorable Member Mthethwa, you are aware of the fact that this sits within the UNESCO classification of the cultural domains. Yes, if you look at the ACPD separately, it only covers the area of languages. But Mr. Ndima and the colleagues from ACPD would come in to talk to this further. I will start with acting, sorry, why do I keep referring to you as acting? I'll start with DDG Campbell on the issues raised by Honorable Member on sports, indigenous.
Thank you, DG, and thank you, Chair, through you. Honorable Mthethwa, thank you for the questions. Indeed, we've got a full program on indigenous games, and I think we'll share that, Honorable Mthethwa, with yourself and the rest of the portfolio committee. And also we've got 2 codes at this particular point that has already reached international status. I think it's YXK and another one, but I'll ask the Chief Director to just elaborate on that particular point. Thank you, Honorable Mthethwa.
Is there someone else that still have to respond?
Yes, Honorable Member, who were you asking?
Chief Director, Chair, I will speak on the international participation around indigenous games, Chair. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, no, thank you so much, DG, Minister, and colleagues again. Minister and DG, we have a full program of indigenous games. We actually have cascaded down to provinces, but as far as one convention of traditional sport into some sort of formal sport, we've got 2 programs. One is already a registered federation, that is YXK. So YXK is currently a member of SASCOC as a registered federation. So it used to be a traditional game. Obviously, it still remains one of the indigenous games that we have that has converted into a federation. Furthermore, we've got a code called Coco. So this is a game that used to be played mostly in the Natal region, but played as an India original game. So we have had in the past year our teams being sent to represent South Africa to participate in the inaugural World Championship of Coco that was in India last year. And there are games that are still coming. So we are working with the organization now, the organization organizing Coco in the country, to see that we do provide extensive support. I must underscore the point, though, that as a department, we are supporting these organizations, but we are not leading in terms of how they are organized, because that is the sporting codes and community and citizens at large that are organizing, and therefore we ought to give them that type of support so that they convert into an organization. We just over the past weekend had a workshop with all the indigenous games codes in Durban, wherein some of these issues were discussed as how to better organize and what type of support is the government willing to provide for a properly organized indigenous game structures. So there is at the national and a provincial level, an extensive program that we are undertaking with this organization. Obviously, provinces differ from one another in terms of how they are organized with indigenous games. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Can I just add on the issues that has been raised? Everything links to money. I attended myself the second day the school sports. And I must also say thank you, Mr. Tebohai and Mr. Campbell, for the fashion and the manner you received me there. I spoke to a number of teachers there. Some of the teachers there, amid the fact that we are giving 250 million, in the whole South Africa to school sports, people were asked to bring only 25 and 30 people. And it is it's a pandemic for me, if I can say that. You go to George. In George, there is this indigenous games. They used to contact me. They want to have monies for transportation and all of that. There's a standing rule in Alabama. There's 8 school children. Every year they struggle to get monies. 13,000 rand per person. They must take this money out of their own pocket. So we should not give up, Honorable Mtetwa, in asking and addressing these issues so that we assist, because this is what this APP and budget is all about: to empower, to assist, and to transform, and to ensure that we have our athletes out there. I'm going to move on, honorable members. Our next member, I see that the Honorable Mataung is back. We actually lost him. I want to revert back to him. Honorable Mataung.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I don't know what happened. Somebody's trying to sabotage me. Oh, okay, Chair. I think I'll do only 2 last questions. The most favorite one of mine, it's again it's gonna go to the department regarding the VAR. In the VAR thing, I just want to know if SAFA itself, does it contribute anything regarding the VAR, or is only the department that has to suffer alone in order to make sure that they seek fund in order to support this initiative of a VAR?
Interesting question. I really would like the South Africans to hear this response. I almost thought as much when I saw the name Mataung. I was worried whether this question is about the game of Chiefs and Pirates, Minister. But I think it is important for the country to hear whether SAFA is contributing or not, or what is the real issue, and why are they so quiet when it comes to VAR. The Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, there are certain countries that has been having VAR for years, many years. Africa, countries in Africa like Morocco has been having VAR. Upon my appointment as the Minister of Sport, Arts and Culture, I inquired, why is it that we do not have VAR? They've been saying that there's no funds. SAFA is cash-strapped. SAFA has no funds. SAFA is not contributing. I, as the Minister, cannot fold my arms. And I said, I'm going to try my damnedest, together with the officials, to make sure that we bring VAR to our football. Our football needs VAR. VAR, for those of us that avid soccer followers, the game has changed. And very soon you will not be able to play the game professionally without VAR. So I've been attacked, I've been accused, but what we've done, we've managed to reprioritize funds. We've managed to speak to Treasury. Treasury has given us approval. Now, SAFA does not have an excuse. VAR is coming. I still get blamed when people say I lied about VAR, but I didn't lie. I have to do it through SAFA. But I want people to see how I'm suffering for VAR, but it is coming. I want VAR to come because I can't even enjoy the football anymore. Every time, like last night, Honorable Chair, there was a rough tackle there which doesn't belong in our football. And people were looking around, Mackenzie, VR. And I must just smile there. Well, I've done the most for VR. So to answer the question, the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture is covering 100% of the bill for VR. And the referees, training that will happen, which is part of the whole project. And we're going to bring new referees in to teach them technicians behind the scenes. Thank you very much. But VAR must and it will come. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Okay, thank you so much, Minister. Okay, only last two ones. Thank you so much, Minister, for your response. I hope, Minister, you'll be able again in all these talks about the VAR, you'll be all able again to talk to PSL as well, because of their teams are the ones that they need this VAR as well. It's not only the people at home. My last question, my last two questions. Firstly, I would love to say thank you, Minister, for going to NAC and try to resolve the issues about the workers that were not paid for their what you call bonuses, you know. But it has come to my attention again, Minister, that the same entity that doesn't want to pay the workers their bonuses, I can see that on the budget allocated now, their money has been raised with millions of rands again. So I would just want to ask from the department, why entities that are not doing good, we still give them more budget? Because of even when we do our oversight, we can see that there's certain entities that they are not supposed to get budgets, but at the end of the day, we see an increase in these entities. With that, Chairperson, I think that was my last one. Thank you so much.
Honorable Mataung, that is a very important comment that you make, and I want to request all members to go out there and submit that list of those sporting federations or entities that really do or means nothing to us, so that the minister and the department reconsider or review these allocations to those particular individuals. The minister.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable Gift Mutaung, for praising me. I never thought that day will come where I get praised. What I want to say, Honorable Mutaung, on your question, I've given the following instruction, that the workers must go back to work immediately. They must be paid their bonuses. I can assure you, Honorable Mutaung, if that doesn't happen, there shall be serious repercussions for that board. And I say it publicly, because as the minister, once I've spoken, they should adhere to our instruction from the department. So we are waiting. I'm meeting the board in 8 days, that Monday after the budget. And by then, if what I have given instructions to has not happened, you will read about the consequences, consequence management. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much,
Honorable Minister. Thank you, Honorable Mataung. I'm now going to call upon the Honorable Marlon Daniels.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon to the Minister, Deputy Minister, DG, all colleagues and all protocol observed. Chairperson, I first want to just request that don't mind my top that I'm wearing. It's the top of a club that's going to play in the Champions League. So I trust that it finds your approval. Then I want to just quickly touch. Point
of order. I just want to put it on record. I'm very unhappy with the top worn by the member of the portfolio committee. It is very Thank you very much, Chair.
Proceed, Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Chairman. You must
The
protect
strong
me,
is
Chairperson.
Manchester.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. Please protect me. Chairperson, I can't help. Before I jump into this, I just want to make one or two comments about the minister's trips that he's taking overseas. You know, those trips, in my understanding and view, is not a perk, it's a responsibility. And therefore, it is followed with a report to the president. And all ministers in the GNU, I note, and deputy ministers, crisscross the globe. And then you find other ministers, deputy ministers, who don't crisscross, they are purely just cross because they didn't comply with the travel policies, and then they've been removed. So there are definitely rules that has been proven with the removal of a particular deputy minister for not complying. So he's not crisscrossing anymore, he's just cross. I want to go to the agenda items. And I also wanted to, Chairperson, take part in this competition that DSEC had to see if I can win a ticket to the World Cup, because as we know that we are told we're not going to our study tour to the country we suggested we go to. So I wanted to partake in this thing, and I thought, I think if I do win, then it's going to make headlines, and then it's going to say, no, it's corruption and that. And it's for that reason that I didn't partake in the competition. I'm sure I was going to win.
Not with that T-shirt.
So, Chairperson, I really appreciate the fact that with the school sports programs that is supported by DSAC, that extensively my colleagues have kind of exhausted the point about the arts and culture aspect when it comes to the programs in schools. But I've not heard anybody talk about the sporting side of the department when it comes to schools. There is this MOU that's been signed, if my memory serves me well, around on or about September last year between DSAC and Department of Basic Education. Now, there's something that I need clarity on. Because, you know, when your intentions are good and your application is wrong, then all that good intentions go south, completely south and pear-shaped. Now, with the MOU that's been signed, I need someone from DSAC to give me my sense of understanding around what directive was given to schools to ensure that the main thing remains the main thing, which is sports in schools. Because when I looked at the report presented to us, I see there's equipment and kit that's been provided at the cost, of course. And we appreciate the fact that the schools get these kit and equipment, much needed kit and equipment. But surely it doesn't assist in honing the skills and the development of the sports in the main. Now, with the kit, you only look smart, but you don't play the part. Because our teachers, we find, are so stretched, so taxed with work and marking, and so limited time to actually attend to extramural activities such as sports at school. And if we see teachers being told to stay behind and work with the kids around sporting programs at schools, the teachers always have reason why he or she cannot stay. Then our kids are deprived in the main. Now, we mustn't forget that there's a golden thread between the Project 350 and grassroots levels. Because if we take, for as an example, in 2026, if you take somebody that's finishing, that's exiting primary school this year, 12-year-old kid, by the second upcoming Olympics from now, the child will be 18, in his or her prime. as an athlete. So my point here is, if you look at the continuum of sports and the development thereof, up until the continuum of being an elite athlete, the grassroots levels is indeed the pipeline for our Olympians and our elite athletes. So my question is, what directive is given to the schools? Because I really do not understand the memorandum of understanding between the two departments. What mandate do you have as DSAC? Because we have to make sure that there's the development at the schools. Let's not forget that the school is a safe haven for the kids. Going out to the community fields is very taxing in the climate where we come from, where we live, where our family resides, as far as crime goes. So it's very daunting to send my kid to go to the field to go and train. It's better and comforting for me to have my child practice at school, for it being the safe haven. So my question is, how does the Department of Basic Education and the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture talk about this aspect, whereby we need to ensure that the development of sports is getting the priority it deserves at school level? That is my one question, Chairperson. Let us not undermine or undervalue the importance of my request for indulgence of DSAC to make sure that, let us not, with the APP table that we've spent so many millions on so many schools in so many areas on kit and equipment. That is just good for the optics, but it doesn't assist in the development of the sport. So I need to understand, what plan does DSAC have? What engagements are they going to have? But surely we cannot just allow this particular important aspect of this understanding between the two departments just to be about handing kit over and equipment over, and not keeping the main thing. So that is my first question that I have, and I had to give a bit of context, and I trust that you understand why it is important for us to get these type of answers. If it is that there is no plan, open up and say, you know what, we don't have a plan as yet, but come up with ideas. Tell us you're going to look into it. Tell us what you are going to do. But we need to make sure that the kids get the necessary guidance around sporting, different sporting codes at schools. Do you know why kids go to school? Kids go to school because they know they're playing that afternoon. Because the school say, if you stay out of school, you're not going to play on Wednesday. No, Wednesday were normally school days, sporting days. You're not going to play sport on Wednesday if you don't come to school. So the kids go to school, and we find less kids on the corners of the streets, what we find today, as opposed to the yesteryears. So I need to know and understand, Chairperson, what the plan is, and give me some good news, or make me understand, please, how we are going to address this. What is the MOU in the main around sports for schools and the programs thereof at schools? Thank you, Chairperson.
For the sake of this meeting, I'm going to ask DSAC to respond to that. And bearing in mind that, and also to allay your fears and your concerns, Honorable Daniels, is that we are going to meet with DBE as well on this particular issue. Because as you are speaking, my mind goes to those school children in the Cape Flats and elsewhere in the country running around with guns, rather on these facilities instead of playing on these facilities. And I want the department to be cautioned in their responses here, because DBE is coming. DBE is coming, and what has happened in with school sports because of DSEC and DBE, that needs to be rectified. The department.
Thank you, Chair. The DDG would respond to the question. DDG Sports, Mr. Campbell.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Honorable Daniels, for the question. Very, very important, sir.
You're welcome, DDG.
Indeed, school sports is the bedrock of our development program within DSEC. We've got a captive audience that we need to nurture and develop and identify talent to get them into the next phases of the development. Now, Honorable Daniels, we've gone a very, very, very long way around operationalizing that MOU. And I can tell you what we've done, and I think Chairperson has also indicated that there's a full session planned, I think in the next week or two, where we'll then unpack the entire plan that we have. The good news, Honorable Daniels, is we have a plan, a very comprehensive plan. So what we've done, just in terms of governance and coordination of this particular plan, we've put together what we call a joint national task team. And all these matters that you are raising, Honorable Daniels, are discussed at that particular level, including time allocated at school for school sport and for development of school. An important part of that conversation also relates to the implementation of, or the reintroduction of, physical education, which plays an important role around just inculcating a culture of activity within schools. So there's a comprehensive overall plan around school sport. And I think a chairperson was there the other day to support us in one of the programs. And I think he saw thousands of children participating, which means, Honorable Daniels, that the plan that we've put in place now is actually working, because we had children from every nook and every corner of the country participating in that particular school sport. So there is a plan, Honorable Daniels, and if I must take you through that plan now, so it will take us another half an hour or so. So I'm saying, give us that opportunity to come and present yourselves at the subsequent meeting, which is planned for school sport. I think it's a week or two from now. But the plan is there. We are operationalizing the MOU as was signed, and we've got that plan in place, and we are actually executing that plan as we're speaking now, Honorable Daniels. Thank you. That is fine, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, DDG. I think I appreciate the response, and I'm really excited with your response. Please don't disappoint us. When did you meet with the Department of Basic Education to discuss these things? And I'm very interested to know who the stars team is that you guys have put together, and I'll tell you why. I'm interested because I will be disappointed if those are just people who are looking for something to do. If it was up to me, we've got so many former professionals, so many others who understand sport, who love the game, and who's not just going to go around and form part of a team for the sake of the opportunity that's there, but who have the interest and the heart of the sport as the main thing for them. So I would be keen for you to also take us into your confidence and tell us who these people are. Because you cannot just take people for the sake of slotting them in, and we find that they've got no background. It's like the owner of Chippa United Football Club. That guy never played football. He's again changed his coach yesterday. Fourth coach for the season. So you need to have horses for courses. So I'm looking forward to that. When did you meet with the Department of Basic Education, or are you going to meet with them? I would also like you to send us the resolution of those meetings that you've had with them. And yeah, let me pause there. And then I've got two very short questions following thereafter. Thank you.
Honorable Daniels, I think Mr. Campbell refers to the portfolio committee meeting with school sports and DSEC and the portfolio committee. That is in 2 weeks' time.
Cool. So we will wait. Yeah, no, yes, Chairperson, thank you so much. Thank you for nudging me there. So, Mr. Campbell, thank you so much for that response. I just want to ask something on Project 350. Is there a dashboard that indicates around that you can gauge the progress of 350, where you're at? Or is that still something that's also coming that you're planning to work on? because that is critically important. We cannot be embarrassed like we've been in the last Olympics, sending a handful of athletes versus smaller countries sending double the size and more than double the size than what we have sent to partake in the prestigious Olympic events. How do we gauge DSAC on their key performances around the Project 350? Thank you, Chair.
Chair,
The department.
can I respond? No, thank you, Chair. No, thank you, Honorable Daniels, for the question. In fact, Honorable Daniels, we've just, this thing has been coming for a while now. Ministers announces with this entree into the department, and we've been working very, very closely with SASCOC around this particular matter, to the extent that we've put in place a plan, and we've just also now agreed to appoint a dedicated resource to run this particular project on behalf of DSAC and obviously with SASCOC. So the plan is there. It's been underway. Provinces have embraced the plan in terms of the development pipeline that we've put in place now. But in terms of reporting, in terms of dashboards, Honorable Daniels, you will now see with that dedicated resource, we'll be able to then quantify in terms of where we are currently, what are the projections going forward, in terms of us at the first target, which is in 2028, where we are at currently. I can just say to you, Honorable Daniels, over the weekend, there's already a few of those students that are making their mark in terms of that particular program. But in terms of the overall scientific approach, the dashboards, the projections, the resource has now been appointed, and we will then get regular reports, and we'll also report regularly to the portfolio committee around this particular aspects going forward. Thank you, Honorable Daniels.
Yeah, I think, Mr. Campbell, the question was, where do we stand now from the 350? Remember, we had the National School Sports Competition. We recently had also numerous successes in Botswana. We also had the National School Sports Championships in swimming. So is there any indication that you can convey to the country where do we stand in terms of that 350?
And Chairperson, also, can you please indicate where the budget is coming from for this project? You've got your researcher, and for the programs you're going to have a meeting in 2 weeks' time around the schools, because that's your pipeline as well from the grassroots levels. So are there budgets for those type of things already? If so, please take us into your confidence and share that with us.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry. Chair, I just want to answer the question directly that Daniels has asked. We are of the opinion, and the jury is still out of the department, that, the money, we looked at the budget for Operation 350, and we then said, I met with Akani, Simbini, and some of the team already to hear their feeling. I went to Botswana, met the whole team there. I went to Paarl, spoken to the Paralympic athletes, and we've come to the impression that government cannot afford on its own. We have spoken to certain companies like Betway, certain individuals, to say, can they come to the party that they must pay for Operation 350? What I'm asking the portfolio committee is that in our next briefing, I can then give a report, who we've approached, how far we are, what is our timelines, what's the dates. I can do that in the next meeting, Honorable Chair, if that is acceptable.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Daniels.
Thank you, Minister. And around the budget for the schools, or the programs that planned for the schools, is it of any essence, budget, or are there no budgets needed for that?
Yeah, we've got the biggest portion of my budget actually goes to school sport. It's the biggest program within RDSP. But obviously it will never be enough, Chair. we all know that and this is why Minister is speaking about augmenting our internal resources with external funding. But for now, we're able to do quite well with the budget allocated. But obviously, we want to grow the pool in terms of funding so that we can also then bring more students through, as Minister has indicated, get more into and remember, when we go to Operation Excellence, that's where we also pump in a lot of money. We've identified the talent and now they're put it through the academy system. So all those things need additional funding. But in terms of school sport, we are currently coping quite well in terms of the numbers that I've seen and how kids are coming through. But I think we'll also give that detail, Honorable Daniels, in the meeting that we will have around school sport in 2 weeks' time. Thank you.
Thank you, DDG.
Just for members, Honorable Daniels, the sake of information, 250 million is allocated to school sports, of which most of the provinces receive 20 million plus. The only province which is the largest, where I think we need development, is the Northern Cape, who receive 12 million of that particular school sports. But we would like to see a sound justification in development when it comes to that particular issue on school sports.
Thanks for that input. I think in the Northern Cape, because it is the largest province, doesn't necessarily translate into being the most populated province. We've got smaller provinces, in my view, that is more populated than the Northern Cape also. So I just want us to factor that in. But thank you for that input, Chairperson. Chairperson, I think my last question, because I'm also cognizant of time, and I've got to know you so well, Chair, I can tell that you feel that we must tailor. I just got one question, Chair, that I want to touch on. There was an item that has been presented about the representation at SMS level, where male, females clubbed together. We got Africans 417, coloreds 23, Indians 6, and whites 30. So I have two questions there, because if I look at the totals of 417 African, and I don't know why coloreds, Indians, and whites are not recognized as African when we are born here, but that's a fight for another day. 0.05% is colored, 0.01% is Indian, and 0.07% is white, as opposed to the Black Africans representation at SMS level. My one question is, are there any foreign nationals there? And my second question then, how do you sleep when you look at these ratios? How does one go out and look South Africa in the eyes, squarely in the eyes, and your constituency squarely in the eyes, and just pull up your shoulder and shrug and say, I found it like this? It cannot be right. 417 African, 23 colored, 6 Indian, 30 white. I would like the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture to tell me, whoever's going to respond, if this is something that makes them sleep comfortable, if this is something that they deem as right, it's justified, and if not, what are they going to do about it? Because this is not something that we can roll over and play dead and make as if we're not aware of it. It's been presented by the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. And part of my duty to do oversight, I want answers, because there's no ways that I will accept that there's only 6 Indian people, 30 white people, and 23 colored people, whilst there's 417 Black African people. That's not racism. That's inequality that I'm standing up for and asking this question for. I would like a response, Chairperson. Thank you.
The department.
Thank you very much for the question, Honorable Chair. The Chief Director for HR would respond to the question. However, I do want to indicate that we did an assessment, I think a year and a half ago, with regard to foreign nationals in the department. And the report we got to HR was that there aren't any. There are some surnames, and I'm not sure whether I'm being politically correct in terms of using that name, that word, that we just wanted to check so that we are clear in terms of the status of those. And it turned out that it's only some of the females in the department that are married to foreign nationals, but we don't have a record of any thus far. But Chief Director HR, if you can please come in and also talk to how we justify the current status, which we can't. Maybe I need to be at front, but I need her to talk about the plan. Chair, through you.
HR.
Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you, DG. Good afternoon, DG, Minister, and the colleagues and the members of the Portfolio Committee meeting. Indeed, Chair, we do not have any foreign nationals in our department. That would then be responding to the first question. The second question is, what is it that we are doing regarding the employment equity status of the department? Well, Chair, the department is an affirmative action employer. We have equal opportunities for all those who apply into our department. What is it that we are doing to ensure that we are fairly represented? As a department, we have ensured that our advertisements talk to what we aspire to achieve in terms of our employment equity plan. So we are very clear in our adverts as to which groups are we targeting for which positions. Because as much as it appears that globally, African females as well as African males, we have exceeded the targets. But when we look at various categories, there are instances where we should consider them. So when we do advertising, therefore, we explain per category as to what are our needs as a department. So you'll find that in a position that is at middle management, we are very clear that for this category, we are specific when it comes to the designated groups. We aspire to achieve in line with our equity target. Then we state them, whether it's white males, female colors, and so what have you. And that's exactly what we're doing in ensuring that we are trying to align ourselves to meet our employment equity targets and align ourselves to our own employment equity plan.
Chairperson. I don't know if you heard yourself. You are stating that this is deliberate. You are saying that you have aspirations and you aspire to achieve what you've just presented to us. That is deliberate because it was your aspirations. It's premeditated. Your mind is made up that we're going to have less than 1% colored people employed. We're going to have less than 1% Indian people employed. We're going to have less than 1% white people employed. So where is the 97, 98% coming from? Black African. Then you have the audacity to say, you decide which category of employment, which level of which grade that you're going to slot them in. Those are the things, Chairperson, that reminds me of where we come from. And then I ask myself, what did we fight for? Why did we get rid of the apartheid government who treated
to non-whites in the manner that we are being treated today for not being black enough. I can never sit here and listen to this nonsense, being told that it's our aspiration we aspire to achieve. You aspire to achieve by marginalizing the colored people, the white people, and the Indian people, because you've got the benefit of being recognized as African alone for being black. You know what, Chairperson? It's not right, Chairperson. It's not right to me. It can't be right. It can't be acceptable. For how long? 32 years in a democracy of South Africa. 32 years. Today, we've got a 40-year-old looking for work. We've got youth 35 years old looking for work. But we're not going to afford them opportunity because of the color of their skins. But 35 years ago when they were born, they were 3 years old when we went to go vote for the first time. They had nothing to do. They were not in the room when apartheid was engineered. But we must still be punished. Chairperson, it's not the black African people who fought for liberation in this country alone. Why can our children not become the beneficiaries of our fight, of our blood that we've shed? I never ran away. There's many people that benefit who say they were in exile, self-imposed exile, while we had to face the brunt, including myself. When they were living luxurious lifestyles abroad, coming back and reap the benefits, and the children reap the benefits. This can't be right, Chairperson. I don't know what we're going to do. I don't know how we're going to do it. But if it was up to me, I will fire mostly of those people, because we can never tell me employment equity when we are less than 1%. We have to make a plan. We can't leave it like this, Chairperson. It's not right, man. We're representing our constituencies. We're representing a country. But we want to roll over. We want to fold our arms and accept this nonsense. Aspire to achieve. You know what aspire is? My child has got aspirations. My child is 12 years old. My other child is 14 years old. What aspirations must they have? What must I tell them as a father? Don't worry, I must dash your aspirations because there's no hope. Because your color of your skin is wrong.
Honorable Daniels.
That's not right, Chairperson.
This is not the first time.
That's not right, Chairperson.
Just a second, Minister. This is not the first time this very same issue have been raised. We have asked the department simple questions. What are the department's equity targets? That's the only way that we can lay this debate to rest. There are equity targets in every department according to law. And once we have that, we are entitled as members of parliament to ask, what are the reasons for not reaching them? What are the reasons for not reaching them? The Employment Act of 55, 1998 in South Africa's cornerstone when it comes to unfair discrimination in the workplace and promote affirmative action, ensuring a diverse workforce. That reflects the demographics of this country. It was ascended to on 12 October 1998 and came into effect in 1 December 1999. There is just no way that at this stage that we should ask a department their equity compliance. They must give it to us. This is our target. Have we complied? Yes. Why did you not comply? Give the reasons. When are you going to comply? Because it's the act. I think it's as simple as that. And I'm going to, on behalf of the committee, now ask again that Minister, that the department submit the list of the equity targets and also a declaration by the department whether they are in compliance. Following that must be in line with the Equity Act. The Minister.
Chairperson, lastly, Chairperson. Sorry, Minister. Lastly, Chairperson. I'm pretty
Proceed,
sure.
Honorable Member.
I'm pretty sure, Chairperson, that the decision makers that's causing this marginalization were not even part of the struggle back then. But today sits there and have the audacity to decide that my child and your child is not going to get opportunities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chair, the buck stops with me in the department. If there's something wrong here, I must carry the can. I can tell you now two things. Number one, by tomorrow, you will have that targets. And I cannot understand for the life of me why you've not received them after you've asked, Chair. When the portfolio committee speaks, we should listen. But Chair, I want to tell you, before you get the targets, this department is wholly not compliant. It's non-compliant when it comes to the equity targets. I have personally now, Chair, called all of them, the whole HR, and I've put a moratorium on hiring African people until they've hired white people, Indian people, and colored people. In fact, Honorable Chair, it's so embarrassing. We only have one Indian person here. He was in that meeting. And I said to them, to the HR, how embarrassing is this? I was campaigning on the back of the very same problem. And today, when I'm in power, I can't be silent about that problem. So I'm no longer listening to people, Honorable Chair. We have started with the appointment of the DDG, as you can see. We are making sure that white people and Indian people get jobs. And this is not being anti-African. But we need to give everybody a chance according to the constitution that people fought for. People fought for, we decided on New South Africa. So where I am, Chair, I can assure you, you'll get that today or tomorrow, latest. You will get it, Chair. They will give it to you. But also, Chair, just know that for me to go to the extent of saying, I don't trust you anymore to do what I've asked you to do. Because I've trusted you. I come in as the minister, I said, guys, here's the problem. Let us, Chair, it was so bad that 2 weeks after I spoke to them, they then hired an African lady. And I stopped the appointment. But when I met the African lady, my heart, because she's done nothing wrong. She's qualified. She's done everything. And I said to her, in front of HR, I said, I'm going to allow your appointment because you did nothing wrong. The instruction was not given to you. You told your children you already promoted. You celebrated at church. My heart doesn't allow me not to do this, but you are the last one. So that we can all just move over this thing of race. Let's do what the law wants us to do. Let us do what Mandela fought for, which is this constitution that we're having. So I can say to Honorable Daniels, I can see he's very heartbroken and I understand where he's coming from. That I no longer trust people saying to me they're going to do it. I have now, as a minister, and the DG is in my corner, we have now taken the decision to say, let us put this so that we can be one South Africa, one race, one nation. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I hope that helps.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. And that list must complete a list of all entities falling under the department. And I think as we are speaking here as well, the DG are in a position to tell us what are the equity targets. And also, I think the DG is in a position to tell us if they are not compliant, what are the reasons for that? So we must also take into consideration that there can be a temporary suspension, but not a moratorium on what we want to achieve. I think that is my personal view pertaining to that. I'm going to give members now the last opportunity before we close 6 o'clock. I must also indicate closing remarks in terms of execution recommendations on behalf of the committee. I will start with Honorable Malatsani, following by Honorable Kham.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I want to add on this issue of the employment, Chairperson, and hopefully my head is not going to be beaten, Chair, because I just want to ask a simple question. Yes, we want everyone to be employed, Chairperson. We want everyone to be employed as long as that person meet the requirements, not finding ourselves where we've employed the CFO, then you find that after 3 years that the CFO is not qualified, like in Robben Island, what a professor did there. But let me just pause it there, Chairperson, because I know it's not going to be an interesting issue. Chair, one or two questions that I want to check. Minister, let me commend you for what you did at Pekoffs. Let me commend you for what you did at Pekoffs in order to try and save the entity. When I was talking about Pekoffs, I was not being sarcastic or what. I was saying that who is going to spend that 54 million as we don't have any senior management, up until you responded that the department has sent one of the DDG to go and run the entity up until you employ. Thank you very much for doing that. But one thing that you forgot to do, I think Pekoffs comes later. You were supposed to start first by implementing our recommendation on Athletics South Africa. Same thing that we did on Pekoffs. Can that speed, do that with the same speed you did with Pekoffs? Let the same speed go and do our recommendation on Athletics South Africa. Number 2, Chair. CFO, the issue of sports trust. Previous financial year, it was 22.9 million, and now it's 139 million. What is the logic behind of giving it so much money, jumping from 22 to 139?
CFO?
Yeah. No, thanks, Chair, through you. Thanks, Honorable Muletsane. As you remember, we did increase the allocation for sports trust, especially for combi courts and child's play equipment. And because of that, we did then have to take it through. If you look at your APP, it will say 100 units for combi courts and what there. So that is aligned with that. So sports trust used to take about 10 million in the previous financial years. But then we saw the need in the ground in terms of the need of the schools, the need of the community. Hence, we increase that allocation, especially for infrastructure projects. Thanks.
Chair, I remember yes, in one of our meetings, I remember we talked about the issue of sports trust, where we even said we want the report of what project did they do, where did they do those projects. And we haven't received nothing from that day up until today, Chairperson. I remember it was a Friday meeting where we were discussing this issue of the sports trust, where we said that we will need a detailed report of what have they done, where have they done it. I remember the issue with it on that day. We were talking about the issue of procurement, asking if they are using a 3 quotation or 1 quotation. Until today, Chairperson, it's one of the things that I will request. Let it be one of my recommendation that we'll need a clear, a full report from the projects that have been done by the Sports Trust. Number 2, Chair, can the department submit a detailed budget breakdown of each indicator as outlined in the APP? Can they do that, Chairperson? I think I'm done, but before I leave, Chair, let me support the recommendation of Honorable Khabo, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I want to come back before I'm going to give Honorable Khaba an opportunity. The issue of sport trust and the significant raise of the budget, and also, Minister, the honorable member mentioned now that the department is just not coming back. There is a growing tendency for the department, Dr. Kumalu, responding, no dates. I must say it is completely unacceptable in the manner, in the fashion the committee have been treated. Now, the specific issue, again, APP and budget. When it comes to increase of monies, there must be, like Honorable Khabo has said, measurable outcomes. It must be matched with transparent criteria. And that's why I will come later in my closure, transparent criteria, because sometimes we sit here as members of parliament and this portfolio, and there have been questions asked to the Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture by other members that belongs in this committee. We cannot protect the portfolio, the department, because we are uninformed on developments. The issue of sport trust. And also, members, I want to say this. When the department has things on, except that is an official event, we can go. But when there's other related issues, when they are doing their job, as the minister has said, then we must come in and do that oversight. But let me mention one of them, and maybe we should get a list, Minister, because you are always, falling victim to what Honorable Daniels has said in terms of the traveling. We take cognizance of the fact that some of the traveling is related to this portfolio, and some of it mandated by the president is not related to this portfolio. And I think it's high time for the community, for transparency, to know from where that monies came. And we need a proper report. We need a report to say that the minister was now engaging and people want form allegiance there, and this is the process, so that we can engage as members of parliament. We should create that kind of platform working together. So there is a need. There is a need that we should also schedule one meeting to say all the trips by the minister, what was in for the country, for the portfolio, Department Sports, Arts and Culture, and we need to embrace that. We need to critique that. We need to, if needs be, praise that. So we cannot operate everyone in his own cycle and say, listen, okay, this is my silo. I'm doing whatever I want to do. we need that, synergy and towards the portfolio, the department, as well as the sisters department and federations. And that's why you will find that members, and I appreciate that, all of the members in this portfolio committee, we have a WhatsApp group. They post, I have been at this event, the karate event. And that is where we get our intelligence of our oversight. This individual was at that particular event. Honorable Mtetwa has done this, that, and the other. So we need that synergy, and we need to come together to take this portfolio further, because there is target settings, and there's a 6th parliament and a 7th parliament, and this parliament must leave a legacy. Each and every one, we must leave a legacy behind when it comes to our activities. So if we see these facilities, we must match it with athletes. We must match it with communities. What is the diabetes rate in lack of example in Alabama? We have Combicort there. Minister, go to Rustenburg. Go to Rustenburg. They built Combicort next to Combicort, and everyone is just neglecting. I've been once at one. But we need to measure it. Is there growth in this community? Is people running? Is people going there to exercise? Is the lifespan rate, is it higher? Does we compare with Free State and Northwest and other provinces? That is how we measure this. We cannot just throw money in. And there's no one. There's money somewhere where we've been in, I think it is in the Eastern Cape or KZN. A highway past this kind of facilities that has been implemented where we've done oversight. No one is exercising there. Everyone is obese. The Honorable Khabo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me start with this one of employment equity targets of our department. This matter, like you have said, it has been processed on a number of meetings, and we have requested the department to provide a report and tell us why they have not met those targets. And I would still request that, Chairperson. That's part of the reasons why we would request that the department be clear in terms of what is their target. And one of it is the employment equity target. It's unfortunate that, Chairperson, as much as we appreciate the level of creativity in this portfolio committee, Chairperson, it must not be misinterpreted as if we do not appreciate the demographics of the country. We have held the department accountable, but we cannot forever be mocked as Africans for being Africans. As much as we agree with our fellow counterparts, African brothers, that they cannot be forever be excluded. But in the process, we must not forget that we are all Africans, like Honorable Malin has correctly captured it, and that should be our understanding. And we should also be very hard on the department if they are not feeling or adhering to the targets. Unfortunately, in this country, there are laws, and part of the laws is appreciating the demographics and imposing those targets as per the department. And one of those things that are just beyond our control, ours is to make sure that in the department they adhere to the targets, and we want to get clarity on the targets and give us a report how far they and why they have not achieved those targets. Secondly, Chairperson, not necessarily now, I would want the minister to clarify later, maybe in his closing remarks, if I've heard him correctly, that he says that he has imposed a moratorium on the appointment of Africans up until the matter is being resolved of adhering to the employment targets. I would like firstly the minister to clarify that, and if honestly that is how I've heard him, I would like to probably request the minister to share that moratorium with the committee that he has imposed, so that we can look at the terms and reference of that moratorium and also understand for how long is it in place. And also at the same time raise my view in terms of the moratorium, that I believe that there are other avenues that we can exploit rather than imposing a moratorium with specific reference to the employment of Africans. To a large extent, it seems to be a very discriminative act. That's why I would request that the minister must be able to share that with us. Chairperson, part of the reasons why we would not be approving the the APPs is because of they are not aligned to the SMART principle. And I've given a practical example on a number of things. We would request that the department must provide us with a goods and service budget. I mean, if you look at the goods and service budget, it has nearly increased with double, Chairperson. And we are not sure as to what are the clear components below those goods and services, Chairperson. If we can get that clearly a breakdown, and to a large extent, we should be having an understanding from a departmental point of view, what are the procurement plans? Where are we going to spend this money and with what? Remember, we have previously raised in line with the complaint of the Auditor General, the over-reliance on the use of consultants. And this is where some of the things are being hidden, Chairperson. Chairperson, without mixing our words, Chair, the issue of the sports trust, maybe we must be very clear that if you look at the allocation, previously it was 22.9 million. And if you currently look at 2026-27, it has been earmarked almost 140 million, Chairperson. And 140 million for that effect, Chairperson. It must not be forgotten that in the previous meeting when we interacted with trust, with the sports trust, Chairperson, they themselves have confirmed that they've got a challenge in terms of internal capacity of fulfilling their most important aspect of implementing projects and even overseeing them. And I would also like to agree with Honorable Moletsan that we have since requested the areas which the project have been implemented, of which they've provided, but they've not provided any process that they follow, Chairperson, in terms of a procurement process that is open, transparent, and subjected to competitive bidding, Chairperson. It is for that reason that we fully agree that that budget does not make sense, and the department does not also come out clearly as to why do they, and that's what I would want them to provide clarity on, amongst others, Chairperson. It is our firm view that this sports trust, number one, we don't know what is going to happen to that 140 million. We have previously complained on the disparities or the skewed spending of government in terms of provinces, Chairperson. Chairperson, too, from where I'm sitting myself, I've always indicated I'm from Dr. Ruth, one of the rural provinces. We see how people are living in Greater Daum, where there's not even a single infrastructure. Where I come from in Christiana, there's no single stadium, there's not even a library. We have been raising these issues. And you get 140 million being diverted to sports trust. You get our allocation for infrastructure development being decreased when we want to prioritize the sports trust. That it is my firm view, Chairperson, that we must look into that allocation of the sports trust, redirect that resource in particular on the investment that we have made and that we have started on infrastructural development. The infrastructural development budget support, if it has been decreased, we must reject that call, Chairperson. Look into this budget. We can't accept to give 140 million to the private sector. And especially when we don't know, firstly, what type of projects are going to be implemented is not included here, Chairperson. Where are these projects going to be implemented, Chairperson? How is it responding to access to sports, especially in rural areas and small towns, Chairperson? Like I said, it's very painful to realize that some of us, where we come from in areas where we conduct our oversight, there is no sports facilities, but yet again, you've got the sports trust that continues to invest on infrastructural development projects in urban areas when the majority of our people are located in rural areas and small towns. That is one issue that I wanted to raise in terms of the sports trust, Chairperson. They themselves have agreed that they don't have that capacity, Chairperson. The last issue that I wanted to check is on the federations, Chairperson. I would like to understand, firstly, the minister must respond. Earlier on, he did not respond. He just provided an overview. And I want to go back to that question. How much is SAFA bringing on board, or FIFA is bringing on board, for the implementation of VAR? That is my first question. How much is SAFA bringing on board? Second,
the question has been responded to, Honorable Khabo. The answer is zero, dollar, nix.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I thought I did not hear them properly. The other issue in terms of federations, Chairperson, I would request the department to give us a detailed breakdown in terms of how much each federation is going to get. But just a straightforward one, with problems that we are having at SAFA and governance-related challenges, leadership battles, I would want to get an understanding from the CFO, how much are they going to give SAFA for the projected financial year, Chairperson? And I would like to get an understanding from the minister's point of view in relation to this issue of Live Golf. He has explained it, but the minister did not tell us that does this 100 million that has been earmarked for Live, is it us reinvesting the Live for having taken place here, or is it something that they had originally planned for? Because Live just came in and it has went past, Chairperson. But my understanding is that Live was not part of our APPs. And to a large extent, there was never an impression created that there will be a financial implication from the side of the state. If I remember correctly, the minister said that the private sector, in particular different sponsors, will be the one handling the issue of Live. Now, I'm not sure where does 100 million, where is it 100 or 10 million coming in terms of us paying for the Live Golf? That would be my issue, Chairperson. The last one that I would want to...
Before you go to your last one, that question has also been responded to. That's why I had my snack in front of you. Maybe you had your snack somewhere else. The answer was that there was sponsorship, names were mentioned on the sponsorships, and also amounts has been mentioned. If we, from the portfolio side or the DSEC just sent it back to us again. I think the minister mentioned something like 80 million, and the others was sponsorship from elsewhere, and it was approved by cabinet.
No, my apology, and I'll maybe agree with you that I had my snack away. Last time a minister had a snack in public and there were problems, I was avoiding that, Chair. On a lighter note, Chair, I would like to get clarity from the minister has made pronouncement in the past 3 days in relation to the adoption of the Soweto Marathon. And I appreciate the intervention of the minister, but I also want to get clarity. And he says that part of his intervention is informed by the fact that winners have not received their prizes to date. And between you and me, including the minister and everybody, we all know that even in Mpumalanga, we are having the very same frustration and challenge. First and foremost, I would like to understand the issue of the Soweto Marathon in terms of the rationale, and also as an NPC, whether is it aligned to our core function as a department, whether is it part of our responsibility, or is it the same way I understand it, that our responsibility is that we should be able to support such programs that are being brought by NPCs. So with that being said, Chairperson, I would still want to reaffirm our view in terms of not supporting the APP on the basis of it not being aligned, and specifically with issues that we have raised, Chairperson. We have strongly raised the issue of infrastructural support grant, that with the amount of money that we are seeing, that is so much that is invested on and around the sports trust, of which we all know that sports trust is only being managed by 8 people. How are 8 people going to manage 140 million when they themselves have said that they are unable to provide the monitoring and evaluation? Chairperson, the last issue is the issue of the promotion of healthy lifestyle, Chairperson. Previously, Love Life has appeared before us, and it was not compliant, and the PFMA dictates that the CFO, before making any transfers, and that would one confirmation that would want to get from the CFO, he must make sure that all those entities, including federations, are compliant from a legal point of view. Maybe submissions of their financial statements in line with the prescribed framework that we have. I would like to get that clarity. We have met with Love Life. We have agreed previously that SCORE will come in to replace Love Life as part of promoting healthy lifestyle. And I don't see any allocation in relation to SCORE. And I realize on Love Life there is also zero. And I would like to get an understanding, what are we dealing with, and how are we approaching the issue of promotion of healthy lifestyle? Remember last year, SCORE was supposed to get 4.2 million, and some of the things that we don't get clarity on as to whether did they manage to get the 4.2 million or not. So those are some of the issues, Chairperson, in particular on the VAR. I would like to go back there. As much as you say that it was it was clarified. One issue that I would like the minister to clarify is as to whether does he have any understanding as to did SAFA apply for the implementation of VAR on behalf of South Africa to FIFA? That would be the first thing. And looking at the studies that has been conducted, Chairperson, you remember previously it was reported that other countries like Mauritius and other countries that are investing on the implementation of VAR, it is not them that's spending the money of the state, but rather the program is being driven and funded by the FIFA. It is for that reason I want to check whether we registered this matter with FIFA or not, Chairperson. With that bit said, Chairperson, I think I'll wait for the response, and if there is any clarity that would be needed, I will chip in. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'll hear the response.
Thank you. Minister, before you're going to respond, there is very, very valid issues being raised. And that is my thing with the APP and the budget, Dr. Kumalo. I'm going to make an example that with an extensive increase in the sports trust from 20 to 100 million, there is no indication. The CFO says, Minister, we saw a need. Now, I'm a member of parliament. Where is the need? Now I know, okay, the need is at point B. Okay, so what you're going to do, there's going to happen there. What is the attachment money? This is the attachment of the money. Now, as a member of parliament, now I know in Northwest, they're going to, or in Gauteng, they're going to erect a Kumbi court at this amount. Here's my interest. Is there local work? Is there development? Is there local contractors? Is there upliftment of 1, 2, 3, 4? The danger in approving an issue of this nature, CFO, does not specify, or is not within a framework for us as members to go out there to say, there is money, we know. And to a greater extent, I would agree. I think we are at a very bad position as South Africans when it comes to obesity. I agree that there must be an increase in that. Now it goes along with manpower and a lot of things. So if it's possible, I don't know as to whether we can attach this to a list. And I don't know whether and why the department is so scared and bang, Minister. They don't want to tell us there is this happening or there's a Kumbi court. They don't want to tell us. Give us the information to do our oversight. I'm going to give the Minister an opportunity to respond on that. Also, very important issue, Minister. You've made very nice announcement, which we appreciate, for the problems that we have with the Sowetan Marathon. Please also inform us the funding thereof, what is transpired, because I see DSEC is going to take ownership on that as well. Thank you, the Minister.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Khabo, for the questions. I've written them down, so I'll run through them very quickly. Honorable Chair, I want to start with the moratorium issue I spoke about. It is very uncomfortable for us as colored people to always mention the fact that we are not being recognized when it comes to opportunities in this country. We don't want to constantly recognize that because we were part of the struggle. But, Honorable Chair, so what are we doing? We are trying to fix the problem. That doesn't make us anti-black, doesn't make us pro-colored, it makes us pro-South African. We cannot sit still while these things are happening. So I called my staff. I said to them, guys, it cannot be that there's so few colored people, Indian people, and white people. I trusted them to fix that. I gave them a few months, it was not fixed. I sat down with them. I said, guys, in order to fix this, start hiring only white people, only Indian people, only colored people, until you have the targets that I found there. I didn't put the targets. Until you have that, then that is, there's no other way humanly possible to sort this problem out, Honorable Chair. And that's what I said to them. And it was a very collegial discussion. Nobody was angry. I said, guys, let's just get over this thing. I don't like talking about it. And it's uncomfortable for me, it's uncomfortable for you. We then agreed. It was no warning, no nothing on paper. It was just my advice. They still, if I give them a wrong instruction, they can still say, no, we refuse to do the instruction. So it was just my way of saying, let's fix this problem once and for all. Right. Then I want to move to the next one of the Live Golf, the money. Every international event in this country requires two things, a license fee and cabinet approval. So the money we paid was for the license fee. And the cabinet approval we did obtain from cabinet for Live Golf. The third one, Honorable Chair, is the issue of sports trust. Honorable Chair, it's true what you're saying. People build Combicords, then you go there next month and there's nothing. People have stolen it. We then said, how do we sort this problem out? We said, no, right, with our MOU with the Department of Basic Education, let's have all the Combicords we're building in schools and nowhere else, because government is already paying for security. So under my term, since becoming the minister, there's no Combicord really we've built outside the school where there's security. And when we go back to all the Combicords that's been erected, all those Combicords are still in workable condition. It's always full when we go take pictures there. The security is there. It's at the school premises. There's computers. There's a lot of stuff at the school being guarded by security that the state is already paying for. There is a list which we set with, which must be made available. Sports Trust is not a private entity. It's a trust. It's not a business. It's a trust that is specifically established. I found Sports Trust here being used by previous ministers. I just continued. Now, if you see the rise in the thing, it shows you that I want more. It shows my speed as a minister. That's why the allocation is more. Because Sports Trust, in my dealings with them, never have we told them we need 10 Combicords here and then we found 9. We always find 10 Combicords with a 20-year guarantee. If there's something wrong with the Combicord, I call Sports Trust and said, you gave me 20-year guarantee. Can you go fix it? Right. And I think we must make the list available of where we've done some and where we're still going to do some, Honorable Chair, because that list is there. It was a discussion. Then, Honorable Chair, I want to move to the issue of the VAR. If you're going to wait for FIFA to pay for you, I don't know what the thing is. We will not have VAR until I must take pension. We are not a poor country. Our GDP in this country is not comparable to the ones in Mauritius. So I don't know under what, I'm not even sure Mauritius got it for free, but if they did, there must have been a special dispensation or special agreement. The previous ministers has believed that VAR will come when there's money. I don't believe that. And that's why I took it by the horns, the bull by the horns, and I said, here's the money. Just bring us VAR, because I can bore you now, Honorable Chair, and tell you all the pluses of VR. Stadiums can get burned if there's no VR. People are breaking chairs and throwing each other when dubious penalties has been awarded, Honorable Chair. Then I want to move to the issue of, so the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture is paying 100% of the cost for VR. Then the issue of the Soweto Marathon. Chair, there's a new, as Honorable Khabo is absolutely correct when he says, I think he said in Mpumalanga, there's this thing where people are being lured into, come run. This is the prize money. Then unsuspecting people, if local and abroad comes and they partake in this race, when it comes time to pay, then the money is nowhere. Now, South Africa has an international reputation to uphold and to protect. If I, as the Minister of Sport, Arts and Culture, don't step in, because Gerda, our hero, one of the best athletes we have in this country, Ms. Gerda Steyn, was also running in Soweto, and she's still waiting for her money, with each and every athlete there. Now you ask yourself, must we now wait for these people that think they're politically connected and they can do as they please. Not with me. We have no time to run a marathon continuously, but we step in, we fix what needs to be fixed because the name of South Africa comes first, and then we hand it over to the right people. We are not in the business of running marathons, but we are also not in the business of allowing nonsense. That is nonsense happening in Soweto Marathon, because tomorrow people will be scared to come to the Comrades Marathon, which is the biggest in the one of the biggest in the world. People will say, in South Africa, you don't get your money after you've run. So I will continuously, I would also appreciate if the portfolio committee can call in the organization, the organizers of the Soweto Marathon, to ask them where's the people's money, because it falls within the ambit of the portfolio committee. The races happen, it is oversight. So Honorable Gabo, I think I've answered all the things because I wrote them down. And I've not had my lunch like yourself. So if I can be allowed, the TBA is not yet, I've got a whole TBA. So if we can also be allowed to go grab a bite. and it's love and peace, Chairperson, when it comes to the department. All I want them is to employ, it is to adhere to the rules written by the likes of Nelson Mandela in this country, our leaders. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, the Honorable Letsie. And then we're going to close down with the Honorable Matahung.
You.
But Chairperson, my apology. Remember, there were issues related to the VAR, especially, in fact, not the VAR only, the issues of federations and how much are we giving specifically to SAFA. Remember, I requested that apart from the breakdown, I made a direct question to the CFO as to how much are we giving SAFA in fact, for the projected financial year, what is the allocation for SAFA specifically, Chairperson? And I've given reasons as to why I was raising the issue of SAFA in particular. My apology for barging in, even Honorable Chairperson.
That's fine, Honorable Gabo. I saw the CFO also raised his hand. CFO?
Chair, can I request that Vincent, if he's got the figure, to assist there?
That's fine. Anyone else?
Chief Director, Winning Nation, you've got the full list. Just give an indication, what are the projections for SAFA for this year? I don't have it here right in front of me now. Mfundo?
Before responding, is there any way that from the committee's recommendations through this SEC, whoever, that SAFA must apply to FIFA also for assistance on this VAR? Is there possibilities? I think we can have one response on this. The department?
The short answer. We're answering. The SAFA, working with the DDG, have compiled a plan subsequent to the transfer. So in that particular plan, maybe if we can share it, the plan that has been, where it also gives indication of the requirement of the application, and they can indicate in the plan how far that process is. You want to add, Vincent? I was just trying to...
No, that's fine. That's fine, DG. I think I agree with you. There is a full plan, and I think we'll share that plan with the portfolio committee. Thank you.
Chairperson, apart from the plan, can they tell us a simple thing? SAFA, how much? Is it that difficult with all the battles, presidential battles, governance issues? Can they just give us, apart from, just tell us, are they giving them 100 million? Last time they agreed to give them 5 million.
I agree. I agree, Honorable Gabo. And also we must remember that they have won the AFCON and they have won quite a number of other prizes. So they're not that poor.
Mfundo?
From
I think the last time I heard, Chair, I think we gave them 5 million. Am I right?
That's
And
correct.
then
that was a
That's correct,
bailout.
Minister.
no. What I've done, it wasn't really like that, Honorable Chair. What happened was, I was, I just want to say it's not a bite I'm having. They just brought me my coffee. That's the case. I get accused of having a bite. I was asking the lady behind me to bring some coffee for me and the DG here. There was 5 million that we have advanced to them. So after giving them the 5 million, we didn't give them money. CFO, you must just say, I don't want to fool the portfolio committee. Then we didn't give them this year the money because we deducted the 5 million we want to give them. But we owe them money for the new financial year. Am I right, CFO?
Yes, the allocation for the new financial year still stands.
5 meter or 6?
No, it's more than 5 meter. 5 meter, it was just on the intervention.
Oh, advance, yes.
But not the whole allocation.
But what is the amount?
Yeah, the CFO is very shy to mention that amount.
Yeah, I don't want to. You'll be saying I lie under oath, Chair. So I know it's around more than 10 million. So I don't want to, because based on the last year, but this I was expecting that program 2 will assist.
Honorable Khabo, can we say it's more or less 10 million? They will come back with the exact amount.
Chair, in 5 minutes, can I get that list and then I'll
Yes,
come
please.
back. Thanks.
The Honorable Tebogo, let's hear.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Just quickly, when I had the first bite, I was talking about the 2 programs that are being phased out. And can colleagues confirm that with the first one, so there's a mass one and what is the first one? The library grant. So they were National Treasury wrote to you guys, isn't it? DG?
It's 2 grants. The first one is the one on libraries. The plan has been is being implemented already. It's phased out in 2028. The other one, as we were explaining, is the mass participation, which is the engagements with Treasury, because it's not being
Yeah,
phased
you're having
out.
engagement. Okay, let's go back to my question. The library grant, they wrote to you to inform you that they are going to phase it out. Did you write to Treasury asking them not to take this thing out because it deals with the community libraries and it's part of the grassroots and it affects your mandate? Did you write the letter to ask Treasury not to do so? Yes or no? It's a very simple question.
We had a meeting with them. We didn't write. We had a meeting where we raised our concerns, as Chief Director Tebogo was saying. Hence, they have then set up these meetings. First one happened the month ago. There's another one now in May.
You are now talking about the mass one, no?
Maybe if I may come in there, Chair, through you.
Yes.
Yes. In terms of the library grant, of course, as you know that through your Honorable Chair, the grant are more of interventions. So the time for library grant was coming to an end. And then the National Treasury then did a review. And that review basically said, in terms of their own conclusion, that it need now to be taken back it need to then decentralize to provinces. And that it was basically that, Chair. And then, of course, my understanding also, that resolution of National Treasury, it was also taken to different clusters.
So you did not write to them asking them not to take it. That's the short answer.
No, we did. Of course, we are not agreeing with them, honorable member. But at the end of the day, they told us that that conditional grant are intervention.
No problem. So they gave it. They told you that in writing.
It was part of the meeting resolution, the meetings that we have with
Okay,
them.
so let's do this. Let's do this, Tebo, or CFO. The reason I'm asking, I want you to get us all the letters that you have written to National Treasury on the two programs, right? To say, National Treasury, we have received, so you give us, the first letter is there, a letter that says we're shutting down the library grant to you guys. And I'm assuming you wrote back and said, we understand or we don't understand, or this is how it's going to affect communities, but you wrote something back to them. This is before the meeting. I want to establish the point here, whether us in the department, at least we have tried to engage National Treasury to get this grants going, because we understand that they affect grassroots, which is a big part of your mandate. So if somebody wants to take money from what is supposed to be your mandate, my assumption, at least from where I'm sitting, will be that you'll write and say, National Treasury, I know it's you, Moreki, but I want to, plead with you not to take this thing, whatever the case may be. So you wrote to the department or to Treasury, that's what you are saying to me.
No,
and
I'm
they
not.
did not agree.
I'm saying, Chair, those were based on the deliberation between Treasury and the department.
But before you get to deliberations, I don't want to get into deliberations because you guys will tell me that you don't have minutes. I am asking. So they called you to a meeting when you did not know what you are going to discuss. So they did not write to you and tell you that this thing is not going to happen.
Yeah, maybe, Chair, I don't know if Mr. Gegan is still in the meeting, because I'll say because they were forming part of this. But what we're saying, Chair, as you know, that we've got those bilateral with National Treasury, and that issue was brought to our attention at that meeting. So they didn't even write to us. They just told us that based on the review that they've done, including provinces and so on, then they've come to that conclusion to say that. But like I said,
Okay, so National Treasury did not write to you.
No. It was part of those committees that we meet with National Treasury on a quarterly basis. Yeah, during
And
the
then
budget.
in those meetings, no, it's fine. I don't want. The problem is the chair is going to cut me now, and you are giving me information I don't need right now.
Okay.
So, so they did not write to you. You met in a meeting, and then in the meeting you're told this is what we are doing, and the department you are saying would have pleaded against that decision, right?
Yes, in the meeting, Honorable Member.
Okay, no problem. So you'll get us the minutes. Chair, please ask them in writing to get us the minutes of the reason I'm doing this, Chair, because this is a very important program. And this grants were helping people in grassroots. These are community libraries that, either been built or material are being bought. And if we just accept, it's as if we don't know what is the mandate of the department. And that's why I want them to get us these minutes from both the library grant and the mass grant that they spoke about. So we're fine with that one, Chair. And then in the APP, they are saying, Chair, they are going to take the budget of libraries to provinces. Can they confirm if I heard them correctly?
Yes,
DG?
that is correct, Chair.
Yeah,
and then
they are dealing with themselves.
Yeah, that is based on the discussion that we have in terms of discontinuation of the library grant.
So, but you are giving them a budget to provinces.
Remember, this budget for now, it is a conditional grant. So we have been disbursing this budget to the provinces. So what they are saying, they say the same budget the 1.9 billion, now is going to be forming part of the equitable share of those different provinces, which it will then mean is total amount of 1.9 billion that will go to different provinces. So the fund is still there, but it just now no longer as a conditional grant, but as an equitable share in the side of the province. I'm not sure if it will be earmarked fund or what, but it will be part of the equitable share. Thanks.
Okay, so the problem with that is you'll not be able to monitor if that fund is ring-fenced, especially for libraries, isn't it?
100%, because the issue of the transferee is no longer applicable. It's no longer a division of revenue fund, so we can't then do that.
It's a big problem, Chair, and I want us to have so you are saying to us this came about in one of your meetings with National Treasury.
Correct.
See, I want us to help the department here, Chair, with National Treasury. National Treasury behaves as a big brother department, and it makes it very difficult for different departments to then fulfill their mandate. Because they then tell them, no, I'm not going to give you money, I'm going to give it to a province, or I'm going to give it to a district directly. Therefore, you are not necessarily going to get this thing. And therefore, it affects the impact. But they will give us those minutes, and at the appropriate time, once we have them, we will even ask a parliamentary debate on the role that Treasury plays in hampering the work of department. So probably the last one, Chair, is that on program 2, recreational development and sports promotion, they receive about 20% of the vote goes to this one, despite sports development being a central mandate of the department. This is specifically concerning because sport participation, school sport, federation sports, transformation, athletes development, and community development infrastructure all sit within this function. So it is very worrying that the budget is only 1/5. So maybe the department can explain to us how do they envisage that these key aspects of this recreation, sports and sports promotion part only deserve about 1/5 of the budget. Maybe if they can take us through quickly there, and then I'll ask a question on it, and then probably just close, Chair, quickly with community development practitioners.
Proceed, Honorable Member.
Yeah, I'm waiting for them.
CFO.
Yes, for the lab for sports grant is 652 million, and that figure, as I understand it, Chair, is based on the increment that has been happening over the years. But we did have a cut that was compulsory in 2022, 2023. I can't remember exactly how much exactly was cut, but like I said when I was explaining the previous question, to say that we did went to Treasury, especially from the side of the program sports in general, to say the budget does not fit the mandate that is given. But unfortunately, we are told that given that the fiscal of the country is not sustainable at this stage, maybe we can revisit this issue once at least the economy is growing and then there's more room to maneuver from National Treasury. But we have made those requests, Chair, before. Thanks.
So you are answering my question about program 2, and that it only has 1/5 of the program, even though it's a key program, it's a central mandate.
Yes, we do agree with you, Honorable Member. That's why we are saying we did make also that request before. Unfortunately, it was then declined.
Okay. So for this program, your own target includes 600 sports and recreation programs, enabling 15,000 learners to compete at national school sports championships, and providing equipment and attire to about 10,500 hubs, clubs, or schools over the medium term. Do you agree that these are very ambitious targets with 1/5 of the budget?
I'll request maybe Tebo to come in the chair. Thanks.
No problem. Tebogo?
Thank you so much. I want to explain, Honourable Member, that the targets that you are mentioning are over the MTDP. So we have an annual target of an average of 3,500. And I must say that, yes, on average annually, we do get to that 3,500. It's not about getting to the 3,500 target per se. Because we understand that the need is far more than the 3,500. And we're working with what the allocated budget is to try and meet that. I mean, we've got 25,000 schools. To get to 3,500, you're just scratching the surface. You're not, and that's our wear and tear. So that's the part I wanted to explain. That's for the equipment and attire. And the 15,000 learners as well. In actual fact, we would want to achieve more, to give more opportunities for these learners to go to many national championships. As Minister has explained previously, that there are a lot of learners that are denied opportunities of participation. And through this grant, we are enabling that type of participation. But obviously, we've got to cut our cloth according to our size. Thanks.
So you are saying the equipment will be about 3,000. I'm asking for that for the financial year.
Yes.
Are you saying the targets are not ambitious? It's it's easy for you to reach these targets.
Remember, I think those targets they are not easy to reach, as you indicate. But we're saying we've got to be more ambitious with those targets, and that's the ambition. But we attempt and we do go all out to ensure that we achieve those targets with the budget that we have. So depending on the season, there might be more need that we have, and we might not even be able to reach that. So it is the intention is always to reach more. It's not to reach 3,500. It's always to go beyond the 3,500.
Please wrap up, Honourable Member.
Yeah, the program 2 over the years has always not been funded well as compared to program 3 and 4. Do you agree?
Through you, Chair, the allocation of program 2 is based largely on the conditional grant, and so that's what we receive from Treasury, and that's what we work with.
Then answer my question then.
Yes, they are not equal, Honourable Member, because we're not receiving equal allocations.
That's not what I asked. I'm asking you, has program 2 always been funded lower as comparison to program 3 and 4? Yes or no?
Chair, I think if one was to answer it directly, yes, it is. But you must take the historical context of previous funding.
No problem.
Yeah.
No problem. Then let's get to the outputs. Which program has always produced bigger outputs between program 2, 3, and 4? You can just go to your annual report. I'm sure you have it for the past 2 years or so.
Chair, I'll have to refer to the annual report based on our annual targets, just to.
Oh, you don't know?
We'll have to look at our annual targets, Chair, and to
No
make
problem. I'm asking. My time is it's finished now. The chair said I must wrap up. I'm asking if you don't know that program 2 has outperformed program 3 and 4. You don't know that part.
Chair, I like I say, I'll need to compare that with the evidence on the report and not speculate or mislead the committee. Thanks.
And in conclusion, you see these colleagues of ours, they know what I'm asking them is something that they have, but there is a visible bias from the department towards program 3 and 4. In fact, this issue of sports, it's as if to them is a by the way. They have bias towards arts and culture, and they know they know very well what I'm asking them, because I wanted to prove that you have bias towards arts and culture where you put almost all the resources, but the outputs are not showing. Earlier on, when I asked them about the jobs that they said they're going to create in the sector, because they're putting in about 800 million there, and we're going to follow up, Chair, with them to make it make sense from a practical point of view. That this event, how will they, justify that this event should cost this much? I know they are going to give us a lot of issues, because I can tell you, if we pay enough attention in this program 3 and 4 of arts and culture, we're going to see a lot of problems. We get people in our schools who are supposed to be studying arts and culture, drama and all of that, not receiving. I mean, with 800 something million that we are going to do on programs, once in a while projects. We have a project there, and some companies appointed, giving 70% of the funds. They just do as it's a tender. They just do as they please there. The big beneficiaries are these people. Whereas they can take this 800 and something and say, let's get one school per province. Let's go test it if this thing can work. Let's get a teacher per school, one per province, to go do this thing. That is more sustainable, because we can track the growth of a child in the sector, the growing in this arts and culture, instead of this once-off thing that if we put on our Googles here, you'll get our people. These are the gravy trains of our people. Some people here, they want these things because they don't care about the growth of the people in the sector, but they care about how they're going to benefit from this thing. So the answers of these people from the department don't help us. The issue about the department not having programs that help us to get to a point where we say you are able to, confirm, you are able to justify why you are having this program. It's a sore point from where I'm seated, and it will be very difficult. And the fires will go to the minister, but the ministers don't do the APPs. It's these officials in the department who must do these programs that make sense. but they go to the ministry and they tell the ministry, half-cooked truths about why this thing is important. So the minister must ask them target by target, must say, how is this thing going to help the department? One target at a time. You will see that the APP that they're presenting here, Minister, on your behalf is not an APP that should be acceptable, because it does not help us have, have a better life for athletes as compared to the previous year and the current year. So it's going to be very difficult as we deliberate on this matter. I don't know if it's tonight or tomorrow when we deliberate on this matter, Chair, but it's going to be a very difficult exercise for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. The Honorable Matong.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. And thank you so much to everyone that have their inputs today. Chair, mine is only one point, especially from the department and the minister, to say we send recommendations. And when we send recommendations, it doesn't mean that we bully them or maybe we don't see things. That's because of we go out and do oversights. And when we are not happy about something, then we'll do the recommendations. So I'm pleading with the department to say all the recommendations that we are saying, please, if you have any questions regarding those recommendations, please come back to us as a committee so that we can explain clearly what we have found on the ground when we do our oversights, or maybe from your documents that you have sent us. Because we are the ones, Chairperson, who are faced with the people. People are asking us as a committee to say the department is doing 1, 2, and 3, and 4. But when we recommend, it seems like the department is brushing everything aside that we recommend. That's why we find ourselves in these situations. Like today, we're having this APP, which is, I, for one, at the same time, I cannot vote in favor to say I will recommend and say, yes, I recommend it. Let's move forward with it. Because there's a lot of issues that when we did recommendations, I'll say from last year, but when you look at the whole program and everything and the way it was structured, it takes us back again, as Honorable Khabu said. So they must respect the recommendations, even if they are not happy about our recommendations. They also need to come up with a leeway of saying, we found your recommendations, but leaders or committee members, is there any possibilities if we can tackle issues in a certain way? That way, all of us will be on the same ship. But if we send recommendations and they ignore them, we'll come back to this. Meaning the sector itself will also say the minister is not working. They will say the deputy minister is not working. DSAC itself as a whole, they are not working. Even though when we send recommendations, people are sending emails, we send to the department to say, fix this problem, they are not fixing it. But when you find it, all the issues, they go from one pillar to another without even looked at. So that's a plea from me, from the department, to say, any recommendations that we're sending to you is not an attack, but we all want to fix the sector. We all want to see the grassroots, rural and township people making sure that they benefit from the department across the spectrum. And thank you so much, Chairperson, and thank you so much from everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much. CFO, how much have you budgeted for GBV initiatives? Are you in a position to tell us per program?
Per program, Chair, I won't able to tell you that.
I understand it's fair, but what do you think? How much has been allocated?
If I have to talk from my head, Chair, it will be around
30 million.
No, Chair, not 30 million. I'm trying to go to
30
maybe
million.
no, not 30 million, Chair. Is it anyone can assist with that, Chair? Because I can't.
Okay, let's come back to that one. Honorable members, we still have the content advisor to work for night shift on this very same issue. I'm going to wrap up this meeting. And also, again, if you will allow me to give the process forward. We have dealt with the issue, and this may content advisor form part of the discussions and elaborations and or recommendations. We have also one of the recommendations is the report pertaining to SAFA related to assistance where FIFA is included. Forthcoming of this conversation also of what Honorable Marlon Daniels have mentioned, one of the recommendations is also that perhaps we as a committee should consider to invite Stats SA to deal with the demographics that is related to what we have discussed. A very interesting thing that came out were the issue of school sport. We will meet with both department and schools and school sport. And then the resolution and recommendation was that the committee be provided with an urgent, extensive list of not only DSEC itself within as proposed, but also other related entities that is within the foe of DSEC, and that is to provide the equity targets. Firstly, that is very important. Secondly, is also to inform the committee whether they are in reach with their targets, and if not, what are the reasons for not complying, and how they are going to address this in line with the Employment Equity Act. We also have resolute and of the recommendations request the both the trips of minister and the deputy minister and the reasons for that, what is out for there. We also take cognizance of the fact that our potential intended study tour that might also, you know, be fruitful for the committee. One of the other recommendations is that the department should also provide us with a timeline and time frame pertaining to the appointment of the Arts and Culture Development, Arts and Culture Promotion Development DDG, the DDG's position. And then what I also would like Dr. Kumalo is in broad brush strokes, you know, the outcome of the strat plan meeting, the cost of that strat meeting, the outcomes of that strat meeting. I know you have said that it has been mentioned, but we would like to have a document in this regard. We also would like to ask the program, the undertaking by Dr. Kumalo pertaining to the funds and the midterm consideration for arts in schools. And if it's possible, Dr. Kumalo, if we can have also another, you know, undertaking by you that this program will start in the 2027-2028 financial year when the schools is going to open. Another thing that came out of this meeting for me, which is a little bit of concern, that Boxing South Africa is a direct, falls direct under the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. So they have to rattle them and they have to see through in terms of their oversight what they are doing. I take note that the minister said that he is happy of what is transpiring there, but maybe also, honorable members, we as a collective needs to call them in. But that this will happen after I'm now distracted by the hands. This will happen after the forensic audit has been submitted to us. Honorable Khabo has asked for the MOU. I think more than one member has asked for the MOU between DBE as well as the department itself pertaining to arts in schools. There is two types of MOUs, arts in schools and also school sports. So I think we need both. One of the recommendations, because we are going to engage, and it's a given, we are going to engage very soon with both departments pertaining what is happening in school sports and their plans as indicated by Mr. Campbell. Also, then the issue pertaining to the budget and infrastructure, one of the recommendation was that the department must provide the advertised pertaining to the tender for the service providers to review its user assets. I think for me that's all. There is a page 195. I can't say what document, but Dr. Kumalo, I am concerned that it was also with a strat plan that I said I will come back to. The strategic plan outcome for outcome 5. It says that outcome 5 is compliant and responsive governance nationally and internationally. And then the revised outcome, I don't understand. It says compliant and responsive governance. I do not understand it. I just mentioned it. We can leave that for another day. Honorable members, and with particular reference to what Honorable Khabo has mentioned, Honorable Mataung has mentioned, I just want to explain the process ahead of this. Members, I see hands. We are quite over our time. We know that the content advisors still have to sit after this meeting and to get together, because in terms of the timelines, we are very, very, very strictly internally spread. I want to explain to the committee once again.
Chair, sorry, maybe to Bajin, sorry, can we then request to submit our things? Because my worry is that some of the recommendations, if you have read them there, Chair, we have omitted some. Can we then submit them in writing now while we are concluding the meeting? Because we have raised them in this platform. So we'll do not, my apology for again budging in, Chair.
No, that's fine. I am happy we can do so, but I think there are some that's not going to sleep tonight, but thanks for that. I agree. Now, I want to explain again the process, because I get the sense that maybe members think that we would call off this APP today or tomorrow or whenever. But here are the process once again, just for the record purposes. I have mentioned it when we started. The committee's role is to finally move to adopt its own report in tomorrow's meeting. Now, what happened, what we have discussed here will then be summarized in recommendations, including what Honorable Khabo will then forward and other members tonight. This report, the report that we will adopt tomorrow, will be an evaluation of the department's 2026 budget. Once we adopt the report, it will be published in the ATC after Friday afternoon. It will be published in the ATC, which give all members then the opportunity to participate and to debate and to have access to the report. Once the report is published, if we agree tomorrow on it, it will be published, you will have access and you can take out what you want. And on the 12th of May, the budget will be debated in the House. And there, the House will then adopt it will adopt it, it will and it will approve the vote. But as long as the members understand that they need to adopt their own report on Friday, that for me is fine. The report, what has happened today, honorable members, you tomorrow should say, I've said this and I don't agree what this member said. I want this in the report, and then we should agree tomorrow. That is what we're going to do. What happens in the House is where the politics starts and come to play of what has happened also in this meeting, where members will then, from their various political parties, say, we do not adopt this, we agree, we adopt this, and we are in agreement with this, whatever the case may be. But all the observations and the recommendations as what has transpired here today will be contained in the report that come from the committee. So if members wishes to object to any recommendations made by any other member, or they should then, in the meeting of tomorrow, there will be an opportunity, there will be space, there will be time for you to do that before the adoption. So after today's meeting, and I am so sorry to the content advisors and to the professional staff members that is so competent. I am so sorry to say this. After this meeting, the content advisor will include these discussions, these observations, and these recommendations that members have made directly or indirectly so. So during this, during the consideration of the department's budget and activities as proposed and planned for the 2026-2027 budget. So an update report must be then adopted finally tomorrow. And what I'm saying here, honorable members, it is a legislative requirement that the budget vote report must be adopted before the House debates and votes on the department's budget. I want to read that again. There is a legislative requirement that the budget vote report must be adopted before the House debates it. That's tomorrow. So if it's not happening tomorrow, it must happen over the weekend, whenever. I will check with the Honorable Frolic, but from tomorrow afternoon up until Monday, it must be 80 seats, so that whoever political parties, news media would draw it from the ATC, and on Tuesday, in terms of the parliamentary approved program, it will be debated and members will have the opportunity of Parliament to adopt, to approve, to vote, to disapprove, or whatever the case may be. Honorable members, I still see hands. The content advisor is drained. She has worked overtime since the day before and also yesterday, trying to send in advance, in her own thinking, the documentation to us. Honorable Molatani.
Chairperson, thank you very much. The reason I'm raising my hand is when you are talking about legislation compel us that we must. If the report still come back the way it is today, is it a must that we must adopt that report? No,
Honorable Molatani. The legislative requirement says that the budget vote report must be adopted before the House debates it. So if we don't adopt the budget, you will not be able to debate and to vote on it Tuesday. And I don't want to go stand in a line explaining why we did not adopt it. The adoption has nothing to do with what the department has presented it. The adoption of the report will be the recommendations mainly. So if I'm right, Fiona, our recommendations, if you have said something, If you have said something to say, we recommend this when we do this and we do that, that is the adoption is a true reflection of a particular report, which is our report. Let me give Fiona just an opportunity to just
Before-
wrap it up.
Let me just say this sentence, Chairperson. Are you aware last year we had the same issue? We are here because of what happened last year, where we've put in the recommendation, we've requested some of the information to be changed, which did not happen, Chairperson. Do you want us again to the department?
Okay, let me explain. Let me explain. We have a scheduled meeting for Tuesday, the past Tuesday. In that particular meeting did not happen. Same stitch like last year. It did not happen because we have been sent late related documents to the APPs, which is the budget. I have given opportunity to Dr. Malo to do so. She have done so midday Tuesday. I look at the documentation as the chairperson and I deemed it necessary to cancel the meeting because I want members to have an equal opportunity and ample time to study those documents, because the budget are being tabled by the Treasury. We receive stuff from the department. As a member of parliament, you have to go and do your research and see whether there's correlation. That is what I attempted for. In the meantime, all the other developments pertaining to the first and the second report and developments that has happened has been taken up in advance because of the program of parliament. The program of parliament has been planned. I am not part and parcel of that procedure when it comes to the whoops and elsewhere with Honorable Frolic and others. So there is a planned program of parliament out. When I approach the chair of chairs asking permission to give the content advisor enough time to prepare what she has to do, and I approached Mr. Frolic to have this meeting that we have today, Monday, it was declined. And I was reminded that you, particularly the Sport Portfolio Committee, has been given an opportunity for extension last year. There is no way that they will extend the extension. This includes the debate scheduled for the 12th, which is Tuesday. So, in terms of what we have discussed, we have some undertakings from the minister, other undertakings from the director, the DG, who indicated pertaining to the very serious issue that has been raised by members on the arts in school sports, that they will, and this will form part of the recommendations. Midterm, they will give consideration and ensure that with the implementation of 2026-27, beginning of the year, that arts, that school in arts will proceed. There are issues that has been addressed, and Honorable Khabo has asked during today and tomorrow, is it possible? Is it possible that he can send stuff to be included? Tomorrow we will deal with what we have dealt here with today. So there is the APPs, there is the targets. We have mentioned, the minister have given an opportunity to say what is there. If we can be specific, I've given members, because I know and I appreciate the fact that since 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock, we are busy up until now. So I am happy that this has been exhausted. And if you listen to some of the members, some of them can still go on. We can still go on up until tomorrow morning, 2 o'clock. But for me, only if the content advisor would have had an opportunity to submit the recommendations in the final adoption report on Monday, then at least there was ample time, but also taking into consideration it is a weekend. Is that a legacy hand, Honorable Khabo?
No. I was saying in a nutshell, Chairperson, it's not a matter of must, but it's dependent on the discussion of the committee where it approves its report or not. So without that, Parliament
No,
has
no, not approve the report. Adopt.
Yes,
If
adopt.
this report is not adopted tomorrow, it
It
will
means that
have
Parliament cannot
implications.
debate discussion. It means that Parliament cannot debate this matter on Tuesday, the 12th. And
Precisely.
part of the reason, that's what I'm saying, Chairperson. I fully agree with you. So I also indicate that we must not be punished for the wrongdoings of the administration, because this matter, it must also be correctly communicated if it comes to that push. So I'm just saying that, Chairperson, the matter of tomorrow of approving, we must not unnecessarily be putting into a corner. Because remember, the DG, the very same commitment that she's making this year, she has done it last year. It's unlike we're new. We have debated on this matter for 2 consecutive years. So we thought that we must note that, Chairperson. However, we fully agree with your approach and conclusions. We are fine for Seterbaya Danki.
What is it about the research?
Chair.
Fiona, I just want to give clarity. Just a second for me. I just want the content advisor also to give complete clarity. So the meeting tomorrow will be your meeting, Honorable Khabu, and I can assure you, no one will I influence or dictate to adopt a report or not. This is the portfolios committee's report, and I am only an instrument between this committee and the chair of chairs of parliament on these procedures. So there is no directive or no gun point at any portfolio committee's head to say adopt your report. But we have worked over the time with all these issues up until now that we know. That's my view. Up until now that we are there. What we're going to present tomorrow, it's a question whether you will say this was we, this is us, and we agree or we not agree. So catch my drift in terms of adopting your own report. Honorable, let's see, I have to close this meeting. The minister also wanted to say something. Minister?
No, I was just saying, Chair, while you're explaining the rules of portfolio committee and the powers of the portfolio committee, can we be excused while you guys discuss your rules and you give some education there? Can we be excused? Because
Yeah, I think that's a fair that's a fair request, but I would like you also to hear, because you are part and parcel of this meeting still. I would like you to hear what the views of the committee is. There might be a situation where we can reach one another if there's still concerns. We might take a decision that might have an effect on the department in terms of compliance, Minister. I hear your cry, but I would ask your indulgence to stay in. We will be done soon. Honorable, let's see.
No, thanks, Chair. I wanted to clarify on the rules of debating the APP in Parliament. It is true that we must adopt the report as a true reflection of what happened. And in the plenary, we will then discuss whether we agree with the APP of the department or not. So adopting the report does not mean you are passing the budget. It's a process that must happen for us to be able to file there in that list. What do they call it there in Parliament? The
ATC.
Yeah, the ATC, so that it is put in the program of Parliament that we do have a report that we are going to debate, and that does not say we are going to pass or not. It's just that we do have this report that we say it's a true reflection of what happened in the meeting. So
yes, it's like
colleagues must just be available tomorrow to adopt the report. It should take 10 minutes, and then we will then political parties are then going to debate their standing on the report next week, Tuesday. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's a simple procedure like previous minutes that we adopt all the time, and what we have done this morning to adopt the second and the third report of the department. So it's an easy peasy process. Honorable members, with that said, and I would again want to, on behalf of the committee, thank the professional staff, in particular the content advisor, who still have work to do. And with that said, honorable members and minister, I must also emphasize on behalf of the committee that we appreciate the fact that you were present. It's highly appreciated, both yourself and the deputy minister, as well as the DG. At least this committee can boast that the minister has been there. It is his budget, it's his money. He has given direction, he has said how he's going to use it, and we are happy that you were present. Honorable members, with that said, I declare this meeting adjourned.
Baie dankie voorsitter.
Long live the chair. Long live the chair.
Bye-bye.
Baie dankie.
Long live the chair. Bye, donkey.
Re leboha modulasetulo.